Good morning. Welcome to the February 9th session of the State Board of Education. My apologies to my colleagues and to everyone in the audience for getting us started a little late this morning. I've been up and down the hill from Northwest Arkansas to here a couple times this week already. So it's created for a little bit of a hectic week. Thank you for everyone's patience. I'm excited for us to get started today in that we will begin our agenda once again with some recognitions, which is always a very positive way for us here on the State Board to be able to start off our meetings. And this morning, our first recognition, will go to Ms. Kara Davis, the Milken Educator Awardee. Our presenter is Mr. Kaminar. Oh, I guess Ms. Friedman instead. Ms. Friedman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Kimberly Friedman, Director of Communications. It is my sincere pleasure this morning to recognize Ms. Kara Davis, the 2016 Milken Educator. As you know, this is a very prestigious honor bestowed on very deserving teachers across the country by the Milken Family Foundation. Ms. Davis has taught at Joe Mathias Elementary School in Rogers for 13 years. She has taught kindergarten, second grade, and fourth grade. She is a National Board Certified teacher. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Elementary and Early Childhood Education from Central Washington State University. She has a Master of Arts in Educational Theory and Practice from Arkansas State University in Jonesboro. She engages students in real-world project-based learning and also equally is committed to her fellow teachers. She has started a class for the school's first-year teachers to help them understand school policies and procedures, as well as help them with lesson planning and preparing for conferences and evaluations. She leads professional development at her school. She is a data-driven educator, and she is a strong advocate for technology in the classroom. So, Commissioner Key, if you'd like to come down, we have a presentation for her, and we'll let her speak and introduce her guests as well. So, congratulate Ms. Kara Davis.
My principal, Ms. Betsy Kincaid. I'd like to thank the Arkansas Board of Education for having me here today. I've been extremely honored to receive this award from the Milken Foundation. The Milken Foundation does an exceptional job of surprising teachers, and I was completely surprised for them to call my name. I was just doing what teachers do every single day. I was sitting there helping my kids get through an assembly the day before Thanksgiving break. And it was just a humbling moment to be recognized among the exceptional teachers in the state of Arkansas. And I know that because I teach with them every single day, and I talk with them and I learn from them. I've learned that iron sharpens iron, and the more that we are around those people, they sharpen us, and they help us to be better. There's so many people who have challenged me and pushed me and encouraged me to become a better teacher for all the little people who sit in front of me every single day. So I'm extremely grateful to receive this award, not only for myself, but the teachers who have come before me, the teachers who are going to come behind me, and the teachers who teach beside me. So thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Davis, for your service and for setting such a strong example for our state. I think one of the best ways the Milken Award was described to me when I first heard about it, you don't apply for it. The committee finds you. And so it's one of those things for the many, many teachers out there, our heroes and heroines every single day. Many of them don't even think to be able to lift themselves up for opportunities such as this. And the idea that we are committed and that there's an entity like this committed to finding the best of the best and celebrating that success is something that it's truly humbling for us to be part of. So thank you so much, and keep up the great work. And it's an honor for us to have you here today. Thank you. With that, moving on now to our consent agenda. I open up to my colleagues if there's any items on this agenda for which you all may have questions or a desire to pull. I saw Mr. Williamson first.
Yeah, I've got, I guess, a few questions on 13 and 14, the new open enrollment and district conversion charter apps.
Thank you so much. Do you think they'll be in the form of questions, or that it might lead to your change of decision on your vote in regards to those items, so that we should pull it?
Just a few questions.
Okay,
I
thank
think.
you. I'm going to go around and see if, again, trying to distinguish the realm between maybe questions or desire to pull. Yes, Ms. Newton.
I have some questions about item 4.
Okay, item 4. And questions, clarifying questions? Okay, thank you. Any additional? All right, so with that, we'll proceed in numerical order, if that's all right, Mr. Williamson. Ms. Newton, we'll start off then with consent item number 4. Ms. Pfeffer, or, I apologize.
I'm Melissa Jackson, the
Ms.
coordinator
Jackson.
for educator licensure. Ms. Pfeffer is at the House Committee this morning.
Thank you so much. Ms. Newton, you're recognized.
I just had a question, and, you know, we keep getting these reports. First question is, there's some in here from August. Is there a certain timeline that schools, when they have long-term subs, have to apply by?
There is, and they should have filled out the paperwork back in August, but they may have come in and realized that they didn't fill it out, and it was just an error in paperwork, and they may have called, and we may have needed something else that they never got us, but then we just got it in.
Okay. I noticed there were quite a few from early in the year, but I guess the question I really want, and I don't know if y'all collect the information or not, but we get the long-term sub reports every month, and there are a lot on there. And what I see is some of them are because, you know, the teacher went on leave, maternity leave or whatever.
Right.
But we have a lot that there's no teacher of record.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you keeping any data that shows how many were no teacher of record for maybe this whole school year in each particular subject or region?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can make sure that we try to do that.
I would like to see that if we can, you know, just
Okay.
how many do we have that are long-term subs because there's no teacher of record for that particular classroom, and then what subject areas, you know, how many special ed, how many math, and so on. if
Right, now
can.
we do have the data for that, and we do keep up with that.
Is it because there's no teacher of record, or is it because the teacher was on leave? Can you separate that? That's what
We
I'm
will
saying.
be able to.
Okay.
Yes.
I really
We can
would
get
like to
that
see
for
that
you.
if I could.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Is this a follow-up to that item, Ms. Abels? Yes, of course. You're recognized, Ms. Abels.
I'm curious if these districts that have 11 and 12, no teacher of record, if any follow-up is done to see why that's happening.
Well, not with the long-term sub information per se, but as we're involved in teacher recruiting and with equitable access and all of our other endeavors, we do delve into that to try to find out, you know, why they're not getting the teachers in and our plans for getting teachers, qualified teachers in their districts.
I was just concerned because there's one district in particular with around 8 teachers with no teacher of record, and now we're in February, and that's just concerning to me, and I didn't know if they were called and asked, you know, what is going on? Is there an issue we can help with, or how that worked?
Ms. Lucas is on this item?
Yes.
You're recognized.
I guess the question I have is, are these, if a district comes in and asks for a 1240 waiver, which would allow them to hire someone that is not certified in that area or licensed in that area, do they still show up on this list?
They should not, no.
Okay, so these are in addition to
Yes, ma'am.
or outside of that? Oh, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Additional questions from the board on this item? Thank you so much. Moving on then to consent agenda item number 13, the 2017 open enrollment charter school application. Mr. Williamson, you're recognized for Ms. Davis.
Thank you. I was comparing 13 to 14, the open enrollment and district conversion. And the timelines, I saw that the district conversion got 14 more weeks to have their application in than the open enrollment. And so that kind of caused me to start diving into these a little bit more. I guess my first question, why such a difference between those two? I see Mary Perry gets one.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Mary Perry, Division of Learning Services. Actually, what happened there is the timelines are different. There's not as much that is needed. There are things that aren't included in the district conversion application that are in the open enrollment application. And so it takes longer to get reviews through with the open enrollments. They also need perhaps a little more time prior to starting than the district conversions that already have the infrastructure in place.
Okay, that makes sense. So, like I said, I was looking at everything, so then I flip over to the letter of intent. This is for the open enrollment. Let's see, number 6, describe the location of the proposed open enrollment public charter school and state the school district in which it will be located. Why do we have to do that? And then if you look at the bottom of the page, why do we have to tell the superintendent of a public school that someone wants to open a charter in their district? Yeah, I've got down here, is it required by law, rule, or?
Yeah, and I'm Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department, and I'll have to look and see exactly which one it is. Like I say,
I think it's pattern of practice.
right, and we're answering these questions. I'll just let you know because Ms. Boyd is not here because she would know all these answers off the top of her head. So you'll have to bear with me here. But there is certain provisions in law that says that we have to provide certain, or that they have to provide notice, and then where the where the charter schools are located, there is a provision in there about where they're located. So it has, I think it's part law, part practice in which that we do that.
Okay. Well, if it's by practice, I think we ought to eliminate that. But I'm just one person here, and this is all consent agenda stuff. Well, okay, let's go to the next thing. Why do we have enrollment caps on charter schools? Is that another law or rule or?
Yeah, I do think that I'd have to find it in here, but I think it is limited, it is limited by law.
That they have an enrollment cap?
Yeah.
No, I'm not positive about that. An enrollment cap does help the traditional district know the maximum number of students that they're likely to lose. It helps them in their planning.
Right. And that's kind of my point. We're catering to the traditional public schools, and so if charter schools and what we call traditional public schools are all public schools, why are we treating them differently? That's my point.
I think that's a very fair question, Mr. Williams.
All right, then I'll switch to banker mode. The budget. Now, I thought I had it marked. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. This was added. This is complete the budget template. This is on page 25.
Uh-huh.
And then we added this. Please note that all revenue must be formally committed. I don't know what formally committed means, I guess.
And I think that we've had those applicants that have come up and said, oh, well, we've talked to so-and-so, and they're going to give us computers, but there's no formal commitment that says, if you are granted a charter, then we are going to give that. So it ends up being that if the charter, it's kind of just to ensure that somebody doesn't, in passing, say, oh, well, we're going to provide these kind of financial or, other resources to your school, but then the school opens after it's been granted a charter, and then they really don't have those resources committed. So I think that was the intent of adding that in there, because we have seen that time and time again with some applicants that come up and say, well, somebody said that they would help us, but they don't have anything that actually says how and, somewhat committed. So the authorizing panel is hesitant to grant a charter without knowing that it is going to have success on the backside.
Sure. And, all right, so let's jump back to the location in the letter of intent. There may be some donor or some financial supporter that says, hey, great, I'll help you with that, but, you can't have it in El Dorado School District, perhaps. You got to move out to, pick one, Norfolk Smackover District. And it just seems like everything conflicts with itself. There are a number of things, and I could go on for another 30 minutes or so about just questions I had about why we're, treating districts differently, and I don't know. It's just some thoughts. And so I'm gonna start hammering away on some of these things.
Please, and we welcome those comments.
You're ready. Okay.
All right.
apologies. Yes, apologies here. We had some public comment signups, and we were just trying to make sure we were lining them up with the right items here. My apologies to all. But Dr. Barth, I think, no. Thank you. And then Mr. Williamson, any additional questions? No?
Actually, not today.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. And did your questions cover both items C13 and C14? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So with that, we do have some public comment. And Ms. Davis, if I could have you come up here as a point of order, either that or Ms. Freno. We do have some members from the public signed up for consent agenda items, which is normally not where we see them, normally in the action agenda items. So I didn't know what the process is specifically within consent agenda, if they would have to be pulled from the consent agenda to be heard, or if we would just proceed as we normally would with the action agenda and desires for public comment.
Good
Thank you
morning,
so
Madam
much.
Chair. So there are public comments with regard to a consent agenda item.
At least two from we can discern, possibly a third. We're still trying to assess. There's somebody here who signed up for Pulaski County Special School District. We're trying to discern if that's in which regard to which item here that might be. But there's at least two. It seems like there's desire for public comment around C5 and C6.
Yes, in accordance with our the standard operating procedures of the board, if there is a public comment that directly impacts that item, that agenda item, that public comment will be heard. If the board votes to hear public comments, there has to be a two-thirds or a majority vote of the board. But it will be heard at such time that the consent agenda item is heard, which would be now.
Yeah.
So
Before
that
we
would
take the
have, so the
votes.
consent agenda item, I would recommend should be pulled. The public comment can be made, and if any determination needs to be made by the board, that
As a
they make
result of
that
that public comment.
determination, yes.
Okay. And so then I guess I would at this point defer to the board's leisure. We have requests for public comment on items C5 and C6. I don't know if there's a motion to pull those items.
I'll move to pull them, and I always would like to hear from the public.
Motion made by Ms. Sook, seconded by Dr. Barth. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. So with that, I would now entertain a motion on the consent agenda minus items C5 and C6, and then we'll proceed with C5 and C6 after that. Do I have a motion in regards to the consent agenda minus items C5 and C6? Second. Motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll now consider item C5. And given that this is a consent agenda item, unless the department wishes to say a few words, we otherwise at this time would recognize the public comments. And so C5 relates to Dr. Wild. I don't know, Dr. Wild, if you want to say anything prior to this, otherwise we'll proceed with public comment. I don't know if Dr. Wild is here. Okay, not, okay. So, and thank you so much. So with that, I recognize Miss Annie Bryant in regards to the Dollarway District legislative updates. I saw Miss Bryant in the hallway before. I don't know if anyone is able to, there she is, wonderful. Good morning, Ms. Bryant.
Good
You are
morning.
recognized.
Thank you. Good morning. As it relates to, my name is Annie Bryant. I am from the Dollarway School District. And as it relates to the legislative report, I had one concern. I think at the last meeting that we had, I had a concern related to the way that the math and the English statistics were calculated as far as Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 scores for the math were done, because they were including resource and resource math and resource English scores in order to tabulate the percentages. And as the way that they explained it, to the way that I understand it, when you do the ACT Aspire testing, those scores are not the scores that we use to determine whether or not the students are ready or not ready. And as a parent, I found that to be kind of confusing, because when I'm looking to see if my child is ready or not ready according to state standards, that's not going to be used to determine whether they're ready or not ready. And so I needed to see if that had been taken away, because on this particular report right here, the second quarter, there shows improvement, but there's no way. I needed to know if that had been removed so that we could tell if there was improvement in resource math and resource scores versus were there improvement in the Algebra 1 scores and the Algebra 2 scores. Because if it was in resource or remediated scores, then it didn't speak to Algebra 1 scores or Algebra 2 scores. So it could be, you know, kind of confusing. And so, and I couldn't tell on the report that they had submitted. Does that, no, I'm sorry.
You're good. Thank you so much, Ms. Bryant. Ms. Zook, did you want to respond, or, and then we want to give the chance to the department as well to answer your
the experts on the sideline. I think probably what you're seeing here is with ACT Aspire, you are not testing a particular subject, like Algebra 1, Algebra 2, which was done on the PARC test the year before and on the benchmark test the year before that. This is, I'm not sure if I'll use the exact term, but this is more about concepts and understanding and application of math as opposed to testing Algebra 1 or Algebra 2. So Ms. Arola, Dr. Arola, do you want to help me?
Ms. Barnes.
Or Ms. Barnes? Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Annette Barnes, Assistant Commissioner for Public School Accountability. With respect to Ms. Bryant's concerns, I believe there's a bit of a part of your question that really is for the district, because we're talking about interim assessments, local assessments. As far as what the department does, we don't, for instance, we don't assess or count in calculations or accountability the Algebra 2 that you're mentioning. So some of this is part of a report with respect to what the district is doing with their unit level assessments, and then we have the state assessments that we use with respect to calculations for accountability determination. So as you were speaking, I was trying to determine where you, these are reports that go along with the priority improvement plan reports. These are what you're looking at in there. Those are the legislative requirements that we report quarterly if a district is under state authority. So some of your question is directed to the district with respect to how they're using the interim assessments. And then the other part is for us to answer with respect to how calculations are determined, which students are counted in those calculations, how the students are counted, the weighted averages, and that will come, but it's not a part of this consent agenda item.
Okay. One more question.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my question would be, when you, on the ACT Aspire, is there not a certain level that a ninth grader is expected to be at when they're tested? As a ninth grader, there's a certain concept, a certain level that I'm supposed to be at. Okay, so if I am expected to be at that level and I'm not at that level, and the school is aware that I'm not at that level. And so I am being taught at a lower level because the school knows I'm 2 to 3 grades below that level. And they are teaching me at 2 to 3 grades below that level. And they mix those grades in with the 2 to 3 grade levels before that level and submit those together. Wouldn't it give an unclear picture? Okay.
Well, thank you, Ms. Bryant. Yes, no,
Thank
you
you.
you are correct. And with regards to standards, and I think what you're trying to address here is some of, in general, some of the trends. I know Dr. Wild, his team, try and support schools in terms of recuperation, meeting standards. How do we move forward with this? We appreciate very much your attentiveness always to our agenda. It's parents like you who are really going to be able to move forward our district, because we know it's not just you coming here to Little Rock. You're giving the same commitment back at home. And so we thank you for that. We greatly appreciate that. And please know if something still remains unclear, then we hope that you'll use the opportunity of today to speak with members of the department and continue to ask those questions to be able to bring those back to Dollarway. But thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And then with that, I'll entertain a motion from the board in regards to consent agenda item number 5.
Second.
A motion made by Ms. Newton, seconded by Dr. Hill. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on now to consent agenda item C6, consideration of the Little Rock School District Community Advisory Board quarterly report. I have 2 individuals signed up for public comment here. The first on my list, Anik Degny. Did I pronounce that correctly? I apologize if I did not. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's not for this specific item? Okay. If you could kindly work with Ms. Friedman or someone on the team to tell us which agenda item, we'll make sure that we have you on the right agenda item. Thank you so much. So then I have Ms. Acadia Rower, please. You are recognized.
Good morning, board members, Commissioner Key. My name is Acadia Rower. I'm a product of the Little Rock School District, and I remain a proud, engaged citizen of this city. In 2015, you created the Civic Advisory Committee to engage the community in absence of our school board. I was hired to assist them in carrying out their plans. In addition to constantly talking with stakeholders, the CAC held community forums, implemented district-wide surveys, and created this report detailing everything they had heard. I'm going to email each of you a copy after I speak, in case you haven't seen that. Many times, the CAC reflected the will of the people and spoke out against decisions being made by you or Commissioner Key. Although they were a committee with no real authority, they took their role seriously. Important relationships were built, and thousands of voices were lifted up. In contrast, after having attended almost every instance and form of citizen input offered by the current LRSD administration, I'm here to attest as a professional in the community engagement field that the processes put in place since Superintendent Poore has taken his post have been textbook cases of manipulation and placation, thinly disguised as community involvement. To make matters worse, the Community Advisory Board that you put in place after the end of the CAC's charter has been noticeably absent in our community, especially those south of 630 who stand to suffer most from the district's plans. The report that was included in your agenda packet is a perfect example of the smokescreen that they are attempting to provide for the bad decisions Superintendent Poore and his administration are forcing on the most vulnerable children in our district. This report has no substance and is an attempt to legitimize the decisions of the people in power that are accountable to no one other than those already in power. The report repeats words strong, community, engage, in an apparent attempt to conjure up the feeling that the community has been involved in the decision-making process. We have not been. We've been ignored. There has not once been any indication that there was ever any other plan than to close schools. This is not community engagement. This is telling the community what you're going to do and ignoring them when they say don't do it. The actions of Superintendent Poore have elevated distrust and eroded public confidence in our district. Their report says, quote, As a result of Mr. Poor's strong community presence and involvement, there's little room for our board members to create effective engagement opportunities. Based on this statement, I question whether the CAB members actually came to any of the LRSD-sponsored meetings. Many parents and community members assume that, as usual, the decisions have already been made, so they don't waste their time coming out. Yet many did come out. Hundreds expressed their frustration and outrage at the meetings at Franklin and Wilson Elementaries. Look at any of the news coverage or any live stream of the events, and this becomes very apparent. This was more than a heated discussion, as the report describes it. It was an outpouring of grief and anger from communities that have been marginalized and ignored and have had enough. All of the meetings so far have been held during dinner time, but have not offered food or even childcare. Originally, these meetings didn't even allow Q&A, and community members had to really push for the format to change on that. It's hard to tell if these are just rookie mistakes or if the intention is to discourage participation. The report uses sanitized code words like repurposing and underutilized to avoid the harsh reality of what the proposed school closings will do to Black and brown neighborhoods and children. From the perspective of the hundreds of parents I've talked to in the past 4 months or heard from in packed school lunchrooms, these schools are not just buildings. They're beloved community centers, and they provide loving families for some of our most marginalized students. I urge you to be very critical of the report provided by the CAB and seek out representatives that are willing to offer a truthful representation of the will of the people. And today, if 2 of our high schools are removed from academic distress status, please make all haste to return our school district to the citizens this year so that we can ensure we have real and true representation in decisions that concern our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rohr. I don't know if anyone from the department or this board would like to respond or react to any of the comments made. I don't know if there's any information that can be offered in terms of the participation of the CAB in those community forums.
The report stands on its own. It's a report that's submitted under statute to the Commissioner's office and presented to you as information.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Dr. Barth.
Just a question on, I know we did have a vacancy in one of the zones. Is that?
It has not. We're still looking for someone to replace Ms. Holloman.
Okay. But we did fill the other opening, that Mr. Scott's vacancy.
Yes, Mr. Scott's vacancy was filled. Yep.
And for members of the community that are interested, how is there a way for them to volunteer for that open position, or would it be as before lifted through their legislators?
Well, that's one option. We had solicited input from legislators, but there is a community advisory board application on the ADE website, and that's where we would encourage folks to go who might be interested in applying.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. And then I would also share with Ms. Rohr, we'll get some more information here in actually just a few minutes on our action agenda item in regards to schools coming off academic distress. And at that time, I know we're expecting a presentation from various members of the department in regards to that process and then what that means for the cycle of individuals. We hope that you'll be able to stay, and that'll also be an opportunity for continuing to build transparency around the process and what exactly are the steps. So if there's no other questions or comments from the board, I will entertain a motion in regards to item 6 or C6.
I move to approve item C6.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Mr. Black. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on now this morning to our action agenda item. Our action agenda, starting off with item number 1, consideration of district recommended for removal from academic distress.
We skipped.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Thank you all for that correction. So with that, moving on to our apologies. Moving on to our report first, prior to the action agenda. Apologies to our court reporter here. Got her ready to go prior to need, and I apologize for that. So moving on to our report, the Arkansas Linking Study. Dr. Ariola, you're recognized.
Good morning. Denise Arola, Director of the Office of Innovation for Education. I'm going to put this in a spot where you can hear me. And I'm here to talk to you about the linking study, the Concordance of Scores. So I'm looking to see the alertness level of everybody, and then I'm going to compare it to the end when your eyes are, just like when we talk about growth models, right? I do have a PowerPoint to take this through, and this represents quite a bit of work that was done back and forth between the ACT group that was working on the concordance and the Technical Advisory Committee for Assessment and Accountability that was advising ACT on little nuances here that were necessary to make this happen. And I want to start by putting it in the context of the background of why we had even had to go through all of this technical work, the 21 pages that I know all of you read with great interest. So back in 2014, we had academic distress, where it was identified in rule that schools that scored below, that had a 3-year weighted average percent proficient that was less than 49.5 were eligible for classification as an academic distress. And that requirement was based on prior achievement levels that were part of the ACTAP assessments, the benchmark, the augmented benchmark, and end-of-course assessments at the time. And that's a really important point, that the 49.5% was related to the way that we define student performance back in 2014. And these achievement levels, the level of proficiency for which students need to be above, and the idea of 49.5% of the students in a school being at least at that proficient performance level, those levels were less rigorous than the college and career ready achievement levels that are now part of our standards and part of our assessment. So that's an important context. 3 years of data are used because 3 years account for year-to-year changes in the student body, year-to-year changes, what we call variability in what is going on with performance for students. So when we use 3 years of data, we have a more stable number that we're comparing in order to make important decisions like this particular decision. This is something that at the time, back in 2014, aligned the identification of schools that were eligible for academic distress with other parts of the system, specifically the low-performing schools, which was part of the 1003G, or School Improvement Grants piece. That had started back in 2008. Schools had been identified under chronically low performance for eligibility for a tremendous amount of federal funds in order to improve what was going on within the school. So the 49.5 was aligned with that. Schools that fell below it were more likely to be schools that had been identified or could be identified if that money continued to flow in that direction. So the idea here was to have something that provided alignment and congruence across the state and the federal system. The other thing that it was aligned with was how priority schools were defined. So chronically low performing priority schools had 3 years of data in order to take out the variability that can happen year over year and to give a sense of stability in the information that you're using for those classifications. When academic distress was redefined in rule, the idea was you don't want to identify schools that are totally different from the schools that you've already identified unless they're new schools that fall below those particular lines. And so that criterion, that point of 49.5, allowed for that congruence. What it didn't take into account was what was going to be happening with 3 years of test transitions. So that 3-year percentage has been calculated since 2014. Oops, I did it again. I always hit that wrong button. But the difference we have now is that there have been 3 different tests in 3 years. And we anticipated at least 1 year of testing and had planned for the concordance, and then you'd be moving on, but we've had 3 years of testing. So the concordance has been necessary for 2 years in a row. And one of the positive things about that is I think you'll be able to see the patterns in some of the slides I prepared, that it supports or it affirms kind of a lot of the things that people have thought about the difference in how we are assessing students and the difference in the level of rigor. So we had the ACTAP, benchmark, and end of course assessments. Those were developed to assess the Arkansas content standards. Then we had the shift over to the Common Core State Standards in the park. That was developed to assess the Common Core State Standards. And then we now have the ACT Aspire, which is developed and it's mapped so that learners' progress is understood in terms of college and career readiness along a continuum. It is possible for us, though, to map back to those original performance levels using concordance. And that's where this need came in. There are precedents for the use of concordance. I know that last year, one of the lessons I learned from presenting about this last year, when it was 2015, was I may be really familiar with the literature on concordance and the books and studies that are written on equating and linking, but you all probably don't spend your time in that literature the way that I would. And so it's helpful to know that this is something that's been accepted and used in very accountable ways. So I pulled up the fact that ACT and SAT, students and parents go to concordances to see if I scored this on the ACT, what would my likely range of scores on the SAT look like? And students like myself, back in high school, we did that sort of thing because we didn't want to take both tests. And we had colleges that might want one score and not the other. So that's an accepted practice to use concordance across tests that are testing similar constructs. And here we are testing similar constructs, but at different levels of what we expect for grade level proficiency, and that's what we adjust for. The other place that we have a precedent for concordance is with our own state. So we have shifted and transitioned tests before, and we had predefined performance levels for students in first and second grade, and actually back to kindergarten in 2008. So we did have a concordance that allowed teachers to identify students at the student level who fell above or below different performance levels so that those students could receive either IRI, intensive reading intervention, too many acronyms in my world, or an academic AIP, improvement plan. Good gracious, I was around when those were all first coming along. But we really have used concordance in ways that had an impact on students and had an impact on schools. So we used to report about the percentage of students based on that concordance who were in those different levels at the K2 level. So that has all gone on before, and then last year, of course, we used the ACTAP to PARC concordance in 2015 to calculate for academic distress. So this year, the concordance was completed by ACT. It was part of the testing contract, and what it does is it allows us to find the point for each grade level on the new test score scale that identifies the same proportion of students that were proficient on the ACTAP benchmark, or EOCs, which tested on the prior standards and represented the prior achievement level for grade level proficiency. So this produces scale scores that represent the old achievement levels of proficient, and it allows us to then calculate a percent proficient. And I want to contrast percent ready, which is the terminology under the ACT Aspire. We have a certain percentage of students who are deemed ready for college and career based on how they score on the ACT Aspire, based on the college and career readiness achievement or performance levels. And then using the concordant scores, we can identify the proportion or percentage of students who are considered proficient based on our prior 2014 achievement levels of proficient. And what I think makes this a little bit easier to see are the next three slides. So let's take a look at this. What we did in 2014, the first year of data that's part of this most recent set of calculations, those are the 2014 math and literacy scores using the actual ACTAP proficient achievement levels. In 2015, we projected those achievement levels onto the PARC score scale. In 2016, we projected the ACTAP proficient achievement levels onto the Aspire score scale. So I'm just going to take a breath here for a minute and let us all just let that little bit sink in. You know, because it's a lot of information, and it's, I've read this report several times, and I always find new information in it, and I've been involved in the discussions for months now over the information, so it makes sense if you just want to take a minute to let all of that sink in. I think in having a discussion with one of my colleagues, Mr. Farron over here, we were talking about what's a good way to help represent what that difference looks like. And it really comes back to these charts. As we were trying to describe the difference between schools with a certain percent ready, that's data that's already been published out there. You can go to My School Info and you can find out what the percentage of students are that are ready for college and career based on ACT Aspire's performance levels. That's different from the data that you're looking at today. The data that you're looking at today, the data I just mentioned on My School, is in the blue line. It's the higher line on each of these scales. So this is the ACT Aspire score scale. On the left, on the y-axis, the vertical axis, you have the ACT Aspire score scale, and you see it ranges from approximately 400 to it's over 435. It can go up to about 450. And the blue line represents the it represents the ready cut. These words I'm going to trip on my words. The ready cut represents the performance levels around college and career readiness. The green line represents the scores that were determined through this concording or linking procedure. So those represent what the proficient achievement levels would look like if you projected them on to this score scale. So in the actual calculation for the 2016 percentage of students proficient based on the 2014 ACTAP achievement levels, we're using the cut scores represented on the green line. And that's why you will see differences if you go out to My School and you check and look at percentages of ready. Those are going to be different numbers than what you're going to see when you look at the percentages that Mr. Farron will present a little bit later on. And that's appropriate because what we're trying to do is map that prior achievement level from which the 49.5 was determined onto this score scale so that we can have a fair assessment of whether or not students in these schools have been improving in terms of that prior set of achievement standards. Does that make sense so far? All right, so we have that, and I put this in. I wish I had been thoughtful enough to do the same thing last year with Park. The charts look slightly different. Part of that, when you look at this score scale, the Aspire score scale has a smaller range. It's about half the range of points, so don't be fooled by the difference between the green and blue line on Aspire and the green and blue line on the Park. These are nuances that are part of what we take into account in terms of scaling and scoring, but then also making sure that that green line in 2015 that was used last year and the green line in 2016 represent the same thing that we used from 2005 through 2014 in terms of what constitutes that percent proficient. So the concordance itself has projected from the 2014 the achievement levels onto 2015 Park score scale, and the same thing with 2016 ACT Aspire score scale. And then from that mapping, we determine that cut score. ACT, when they did this concordance, they determined that cut score. The report gives you all of the details that I am not going to go into unless you have questions about. Just clarifying that that proficient cut under 2016 is the Concordant ACTAP proficient cut. And the differences in the percent proficient between what you see under 2014 at or above proficient and what you see for at or above proficient on 2016 using that concorded ACTAP proficient cut are all in a positive direction. So what that means is that because the score scale is a little bit more compressed on ACT Aspire, there's not as many score points to map onto. So when you map onto those, the TAC recommended that ACT map onto the lower score so that the bias is in the favor of the schools. So that's just important to know. And that is something that has been, what would you call it, a practice of the recommendations from the TAC, that if in doubt, we know that students are receiving remediation and intervention based on their ready or not from the ACT Aspire, based on the new assessment and this new set of expectations that is more rigorous, more aligned to college and career ready. So in this case, it doesn't do harm to the student because their remediation, their plans are all based on the data relative to the standards they're expected to get. But because the 49.5 was set from 2014, then you err on the side, or you bias this towards the school by making sure that you're not setting too high of a cut score in the concordance. So I believe I just covered what I put on this slide. I did. And I have these extra slides I'll come back to, but if you have questions, because some of these details are only details you want to delve into if you have concerns or questions about them. So at this point, I've concluded the report that I wanted to give you, and if you have questions, I'm here to answer if I can.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ariola. Dr. Barth, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for your always clear presentations. Just a couple of process questions. So the ACT did the concordance, but it was in collaboration with the TAC. I'm just a fuzzy on exactly how. I know in the past it's all been the TAC's kind of taken it themselves. ACT kind of carried this out.
The TAC provided oversight. So I'm trying to remember, in October, it started in October. They first put forward a set of methodology based on their understanding of the data and the task at hand, and the TAC reflected on that original piece of work and came back with several sets of recommendations. There were conversations back and forth with TAC members and the ACT psychometric team regarding very specific details that are important to resolve, that ACT would not know about the prior data, that only the TAC would know about the prior data from the work done the prior year. What ACT basically did was say, the TAC approved a particular procedure from 2015. They guided that work. We're going to do very similar. We're going to adopt what applies from that prior work, because if it was approved last year, why would it not apply this year unless there's some difference in the test that forces us to do something different? So there's a tremendous amount of consistency in the methodology, except in the very few areas where there are differences in the Aspire that required a slight change, but very much with TAC oversight and direction in some cases.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you. More technical question in terms of the obviously one of the things that drew folks to ACT Aspire was the shorter test, right? And that means a smaller number of items. And does that smaller number of items create more possibility for error in a concordance process than would normally be the case where you have longer tests?
So that's a good question, because we're really dealing with 3 tests with 3 different lengths. I mean, we've shifted in the 3 years. Each test had different numbers of items, some similarity among the types of items, and different lengths. All of them meeting the minimums for industry standards in terms of technical criteria, technical quality. One of the reasons why it's important to build in the 3-year is to account for any of those potential differences. And then because the score scale was somewhat compressed, and the mapping onto that is a little bit more tricky, that was the reason for producing the bias slightly in the school's direction so that you can accommodate that. So in other words, if you think about error statistically, generally we set boundaries around error. And you may have heard the term confidence interval. You may have heard the term lower bound. Under the old AYP, we used the lower bound of the confidence interval for safe harbor. So by biasing, and when I say biasing, by choosing the lower score when the proficient cut mapped somewhere in between two scores on the scale, by selecting the lower score, it's like selecting that lower bound. That would be the analogy I would use. On top of that, we're really looking at, so number one, it gives, in the event of error, it gives the advantage to the school. And again, because it's 3 years, when you look at the pattern of the data, where you see schools that are consistently improving, those are the schools, those are the statistics that are taking them out, or at least making them eligible to be removed. There were some on that list that were right at the edge but fell below, and when you go back and you examine the 2015 or their 2014, that pattern of improvement isn't there. So part of the look is to make sure your concording procedure is spot on, which is where the TAC oversight becomes really important, and the exchange of ideas between the psychometricians at ACT and the psychometricians and other professionals that are on the TAC. It just creates a situation where you really think through so many of these pieces. The other side of that coin is you look at it afterwards and you make sure that those types of questions of why this school, not that school, that you can explain those, or that they make sense in terms of what you're seeing in the data. And that, in fact, is the case when you look at those schools that are just above the 49.5 and the schools just below the 49.5, for the most part. That is, it makes logical sense, as well as all the work that was done technically to support the work. So.
Okay. And my final question, we're still mapping back to a test, the benchmark, that was not tied to the standards that were in play at the time, right? I mean, it was a transition. It was a test where there was some disconnect between standards and the test itself, right? And that's why we moved to a test that was more closely tied to the standards for the 1 year. Is that, as we are still mapping back to that test 2 years ago, does that create any more problems with the concordance process?
Not necessarily, because you're working with the percentage of students that were demonstrating what was considered grade level proficiency on that test. So theoretically, and I'll, can I get the slides back just for just a second? So, we were moving to a more rigorous set of standards, and students were taking a test on it was an older test, but they were moving towards a newer set of standards, a more rigorous set of standards. And when I go back here, I want to go back to that ACT Aspire chart. Well, let me start here. So if you look under 2014, the percentage of students at or above proficient, that was the first year that data and that 49.5 was applied. But the calculation to determine the 49.5 actually included years where we were doing exactly what you're talking about, where we were testing on the benchmark and end of course exams, but teachers at various grade levels were being expected to implement the Common Core State Standards. So the data from which the 49.5 was derived was in that transition time point. So that effect is the same effect that's in play in 2014, and it was in play when the 49.5 was set. The other part of what was done technically to handle that was to look at what we call stable schools. So yes, it's perfectly logical to think that some schools are going to be implementing and increasing student performance because they're pushing towards this level of rigor, and the students are responding to that in the way that they complete their test work. At the same time, you have schools where perhaps things are a little slower to change, and perhaps things are really not quite aligned with the system as it is. And so they're scoring lower, they see a lot more variability. So one of the pieces originally built into the Concordance back in 2015 was to identify the schools that had the most stability. In other words, where this impact was the least on the scores that the schools were earning at that point in time. And it was that same group of stable schools from which ACT drew. So we're dealing with almost identically the same sample. There's a slight difference in 8th grade math because we had to accommodate the fact that 8th grade math so the ACTAP to PARC, you were still testing EOC algebra and geometry, EOC algebra and geometry. So 8th grade really only contained students who were 8th graders. We went from double testing students in 8th grade who took algebra to single testing them under PARC. So the adjustments were made to that sample at that time. So we were comparing apples to apples, not apples to oranges. Aspire, slightly different test, but we still have this responsibility. So 8th grade, all students in 8th grade are taking it. It doesn't matter if they're taking algebra. We need those 8th grade algebra test takers or those 8th grade algebra students to be part of that stable school population. So the data that were provided to ACT, they use the exact same base data set that our office, the Office of Innovation, used in 2015 from those stable schools where the least amount of change in achievement was witnessed over time. So that database was consistent, another plus for the stability of the calculations. And then we also adjusted for those nuances that are so important to adjust for, so that when you are projecting or mapping those scores, you're confident that you're mapping similar set of students to a similar set of students. And I say similar, but in fact, statistically equivalent. That's where the other technical pieces like propensity score weighting really make a difference. Does that help?
Yes, it does. It does.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Barth. Ms. Zook, you're recognized.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, next year we will have 2 years of the ACT Aspire. And typically we do 3 years. Will you go back to 14 to use the concordance mapping, or will you be able to do it with the PARC and do a concordance for that year to make sure we have 3 years worth of as required?
I'm looking towards the commissioner, and I'm going to turn towards Ms. Barnes because I don't know that next year's methodology has been determined.
Okay, that's fine, if it hadn't.
Excellent question. However, as Dr. Arola just stated, we are in the process of revamping the accountability system. She's already expressed that the 49.5 was established in times past, and so since we are going to be working not only for our federal accountability but our state accountability and aligning that, we have not established a cut, nor have we written that accountability plan. We are continuing to garner support from stakeholders and meeting to determine what districts need us to measure and how that measurement will be applied to schools. So no, we do not know whether or not we will just use the PARC and then the 2, and we do not know what those cut points and where that mark will stand. Commissioner may want to add to that, but we're working toward that.
We do know that under ESSA, there are some components there that will require 3 years, but at the point at which currently, as we understand it, when we have to start identifying schools, we will have had 3 years of ACT Aspire. So at the point where ESSA is fully implemented, PARC will not be included, so there'll be no need for concordance. The transition period that we're in now, as we try to align the state accountability and the federal accountability to be congruent, we still don't have a clear indication of how that PARC score will factor in as we look at a 3-year. But we do know that 3 years of ACT Aspire at the point of ESSA identification is going to happen.
Okay, so right now, we're on a pause as far as identifying any schools that may not previously have been academic distress, but may have fallen in this with the concordance applied. So we're not going to label them such, which I'm sure they're relieved of. My concern is if they need the help, but we're not labeling them, then I guess we have to depend on them to request the help. But at the point when we vote whether or not to accept the ADE's recommendation for schools to come out from under the label, then proceeding from there, I think the commissioner answered what my real question was, which is, at what point will those schools who are needing extra help, because the students need extra help, then we won't be relying so much on a concordance, because we will have 3 stable years of the same, assume we will have 3 stable years of the same evaluation. Excuse me.
I'll try to take a stab at that one too, just so you all know, as we've talked about where we're headed this session. We have a goal to, by tomorrow, obviously pending how long our meeting lasts tomorrow, to have a draft of our new, basically the replacement for ACTAP, to be submitted to the governor for his review. If we are successful, it will drastically shift the way we look at that support. And as a matter of fact, it will be focused less on labeling schools such as academic distress, priority focus, that sort of thing, and will be more into identifying them for levels of support, so that as their student population, their student performance indicates need for varying levels of support, we will be able to work with them as they identify at a building level what those needs are, and then we are then able to respond to meet those needs. So the pause you spoke of as it relates to academic distress, if we are successful, academic distress will it'll move out of our lexicon into some level of support approach. The other part of it that was covered under the pause was A-to-F. That legislation is still there. That pause is was only good for the last year. So we still have that to cope with, but that's more on the 1 point in time results rather than the 3-year average. So I don't anticipate that we'll be going back to Park for the A-to-F, if that makes sense. So what basically, there's a chance that we will not have to do this process to map back to Park if we're successful with the direction we're headed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Ms. Newton, you're recognized.
I had a couple of questions. One of the things that if you go back to the slide that shows the ICT Aspire in the
Okay.
the 2014 achievement levels.
Oh, hang on, I went too fast.
Right there. And you said the My School data for schools is going to show what's on that blue line.
Yes.
Okay. So, but schools are going to be wanting to know what's on that green line.
Mm-hmm.
So are they going to have access to that information?
They already have access to that information.
So they would have that,
Mhm.
those 3 years of performance
Is that
levels?
correct?
Is that right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. All districts affected and impacted have the data for the 3 years. They know exactly where they are, and the reason those are not available to all is because we have a process and we're in the midst of an appeal period. And so until that has ended, we have not provided that information to others, but every district has 3 years, they have their information with respect to how their performance was impacted by the concordance and whether or not they are showing the growth that we are, the achievement improvement that we are here today talking about.
So not just the priority and focus schools, but all districts?
All districts that are currently in academic distress, classified in academic distress. Now, the other districts, they have their information, but they don't have it laid out with respect to this particular calculation.
So just a district that wasn't in priority, wasn't in focus, they're not going to have access to this?
They have access to their data. What we did was apply this concordant cut score specifically for calculating whether or not we would be continuing to have schools and/or districts under the classification of academic distress, or whether we would be recommending removal for meeting that criteria. But they have all of their data. They have their data. They just did not receive a laid out component that we sent to all of the districts who either needed to appeal or have the ability to appeal should they disagree with that concordant cut score. They have all 3 years.
I'll just add that in terms of the type of statistical work that took place, we adhere to the standards for educational and psychological testing, and when you create concordant scores like this, you define in advance the purpose of those scores. And the purpose was very clearly defined, that we were going to use these specifically in the context of academic distress and academic distress only. If those scores were to be used in any other context that they weren't designed for, you can't guarantee their validity for other contexts. In other words, you'd have to evaluate it for other uses. So that's why it's limited to this particular use, because it's been very carefully designed to and carried out to support this particular use. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Hey, one more question. Can you go back to that same slide again?
Oh. Yes.
Okay. So right now, our schools that are in academic distress and close to it, kind of going back and forth, they're looking at that green line, okay?
Mhm.
And that's they want to see the improvement, but they're not to the blue yet. Okay?
Exactly.
What happens in 3 years when we have 3 years of data? We have 3 years of ACT Aspire. And those schools that are just barely making it now, all of a sudden that line is moved.
So that's a really great question that if I were in your position, or if I were in the position of a district person, I would be asking the same thing. Thankfully, as the commissioner has mentioned, there are a lot of opportunities going on right now to look at how are we evaluating and supporting schools that have greater needs. So yes, I could celebrate the green line, but I need to be mindful that that blue line is linked to our goal of college and career readiness, and that's what I need to be shooting for, which is why we aren't using these scores and telling everybody, look, this is how you did, and celebrate how you compared. This is really about that accountability function. The other thing that is really, I think, a future possibility, as the commissioner has suggested, is that when we do have this plan that responds to this opportunity under ESSA, there's discussion about what are the different elements. We have certain indicators that are included, and those indicators are more than just performance. They will take into account growth. They will take into account other indicators that stakeholders help to inform in that final bit of data that helps to determine levels of support. So,
Thank you for that, Ms. Newton. Any final questions from the board? Otherwise, then, thank you once again, Ms. Ariola, for this is wonderful. We appreciate the hard work, not just the report today, but obviously the hard work, and Dr. Barnes as well, all the hard work in terms of getting to this moment. So thank you all for that. Now, I would like to propose a break prior to beginning the action agenda item. And so with that, let us reconvene. Should we just go on the hour just to make it easy, 11:30? Okay, so we'll reconvene at 11:30. Thank you. I did, and I came down on Tuesday as well, because I had a meeting I couldn't
At some point, I'm going to flip backwards because I get my wheel caught in.
Yeah, I'll try to catch you.
So if you didn't understand, I'm not flexible, so this was a pure accident.
Here, what exactly
reconvene our board session. And again, want to be sensitive to all who've been here since 10 o'clock this morning, especially our school districts, cognizant that we are keeping you from the very, very important work of serving our children. But now we are moving officially onto our action agenda, Section A, item number 1, consideration of district recommended for removal from academic distress. Dr. Barnes, you are recognized.
Good morning. Ms. Barnes, please. Annette Barnes, again, Assistant Commissioner for Public School Accountability. I just wanted to make the board aware that, of course, these 2 action items follow up the report that Dr. Rolla just presented to the board. We do have several superintendents and members from the various schools well, actually just the districts, let me just say that. We have some superintendents available here today. I have asked Mr. Lewis Farron, who is the systems administrator in the school performance unit under Public School Accountability, to present these 2 items, and we will answer any questions should you have any.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barnes.
Mr.
And Mr.
Lewis
Farron. Mr. Farron, if you could state your name and title for the court record, please.
Lewis Farron, State Systems Administrator for School Performance. I would like to present item number 1 about removing the district from academic distress. Using the math and English language arts scores from the 2014 benchmark assessment, the Concordant scores from the 2015 Park assessment, and the Concordant scores from the 2016 ACT Aspire assessment, the Blytheville School District and the 10 schools that are listed on the state board agenda are no longer below the 49.5% proficient level that caused them to be classified in academic distress. The ACTAP rule, section 3.02 at SEC, talks about how schools are placed in academic distress districts. Any public school or public school district in which 49.5% of the students or less achieve proficient or advanced on the math and literacy assessment for the most recent 3 years are classified according to the board rule. Since these 10 schools and the 1 district have now achieved above the 49.5%, we recommend them being removed from the academic distress list.
Thank you so much, Mr. Farron.
And as you will note, I believe Mr. Farron just actually presented both action item 1 and action item 2. Action item 1 is for the district, action item 2 is for the 10 schools, but the presentation would be the same.
Thank you so much for that clarification, Ms. Barnes. So with that, any questions from the board in regards to, and we'll take each item separately. So action agenda item number 1. Yes, Ms. Sook, you're recognized.
I want to share with the board the benefit that I had of visiting with the unit. I understand the stigma that a district might feel if they're labeled academic distress, but I also sometimes help myself realize that without the label, they didn't get the level of help that maybe has helped them come to this point. If we vote on any of these districts that are in academic distress to come out from under academic distress, they will continue through the end of this year getting that same level of help that they're currently getting. It would just be going forward in the 17-18 school year when the level of help would from the ADE would back off, but always the district has the opportunity to request the help that they need, and certainly the department is responsive because of the needs of the teachers and the kids and the parents in those districts. So I commend these students and the teachers who taught them for the progress that they've made. And at the same time, am glad to know that at least through the end of this school year, that they will be able to continue to get the intense help that they've been getting, so we don't just, at the end of today, stop helping at that level.
Yes, Ms. Barnes.
May I also just affirm that the department is very committed to all of these schools, to the teachers, the educators, the students. And I appreciate Mrs. Zook's explanation as to how this process works. However, I do not want the board to be concerned with respect to the assistance or the level of support that will be applied to these. Yes, should you all accept our recommendation and remove these from the classification of academic distress, they would still remain at the level of support that we're providing them. The additional piece is that many of the schools that are classified in academic distress currently are also priority schools. Those priority schools would be receiving the same level of support that they have been receiving, and the priority label is our classification designation, I should say. I'm trying to avoid label because I really want to stress that we are looking at the levels of support needed to assist these schools and districts. And so what I would like to say to that, in addition to that rather, is that the level of support will remain as it is needed with respect to individual district and school needs. The other side to that is those that should be removed today, if they are removed by your action today, they are going to continue to receive oversight. They are going to continue to receive support with respect to their federal designation if they are a priority school, if they are even a focus school, as those designations currently are. And they will come before the board with respect to a report, and the board can at any time request an actual presence to ask questions should you have concerns. But the department is committed. The staff at the department is committed to continue to work collaboratively with these schools and the districts to provide the levels of support necessary to not only assist them in achieving the goals, but putting systems in place to sustain that progress. Thank you, Ms. Zook.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barnes. Any other questions or comments from the board? Yes, of course, Ms. Abels.
I just wondered if McClellan and Pine Bluff were priority schools?
Yes. I know that the high school and Bel Air, and I do believe that McClellan is. I don't have my list exactly in front of me, but I think if I look over here on your chart, Mr. Farron, we have them listed across the board.
So they will continue to get that?
They will continue to receive the level of support that is needed with respect to the current designations.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barnes. Ms. Barnes, I did want to inquire if anyone was here from the Blytheville School District. I know at times like this, many times we'll invite, we'll invite representatives from the district, and that was a very eager jump up.
Superintendent Atwill is here.
Wonderful.
Along with Superintendent Ridgel. There are a number of superintendents, Superintendent Poore.
But specifically for action agenda item 1, if it's correct, it's just Blytheville,
yes,
correct?
Yes, it is just one district in action item 1.
And I know many times at times like this, we too frequently find ourselves talking about what needs to be improved, correct? And schools, many times in districts, in their moments of biggest distress, hence the term distress. But I do want to make sure we celebrate successes, and obviously this is one, and I know...
We've been celebrating and it hasn't happened yet.
Wonderful. Well, and we hope to help celebrate with you. And I know one thing that my predecessors have done at moments like this is to inquire of you as your leadership. What do you think you did well? What do you think happened over the course of this process that supported? Any lessons learned from any of your peers who may be in a similar position moving forward?
You don't have time enough for all the lessons that we've learned. And it's,
Well, maybe an overview of some of the
Well, okay,
highlights
well,
would be appreciated.
I came here for two reasons, and the first one was to say thank you to Commissioner Key and Ms. Barnes for their leadership, and to address the piece about the assistance if we are removed from the academic distress is, if you have a school or if you have a district in academic distress, it's a school system problem. So you take what you learn from ADE and you apply that to your entire system. So whether they were going to give us the more assistance after this year or not, it is a way of life change for us in Blytheville. The mindset, the positive mindset of the adults, that's where we had to begin in order for our children to be served. And it was successful. The introspective, pointed questions from Dr. Wild and Dr. Tony, and I don't want to get into naming everyone, but how we look at ourselves, and are our adults brave enough to accept that? With the teachers taking control of the curriculum and taking control of the learning, forming their own professional learning communities without us requiring it. They saw it as a necessity in order to achieve and implement those things that the children needed. So the big thing was to change or to encourage the adult mindset. We still have obstacles that we have to overcome. So that's part of the thank you. And then the next part of it is for me to give you some assurances. And that's to continue to use those things that we've learned, continue those processes, because now we have to use ourselves as an example to us, pre-K 12. And an old friend of mine told me one time, he said, don't let the top of the rut, don't mistake it for the horizon. So we've got the pedal to the metal, and we're not letting up on the gas. The big thing is having our adults take responsibility, giving them the leadership, them being leaders in themselves, and then reproducing that K-12.
Before I move that we remove Blytheville School District from academic distress, I want to commend the superintendent and the staff that have come before academic distress. It does not surprise me at all that your students and your staff have reached this goal. From the very beginning, you saw it as an opportunity to help you grow, help your staff grow, and then in turn help the students. And I commend you for that attitude, and I think that attitude is in large part what got you here today. And with that, Madam Chairman, I'd like to move that we recommend that we remove Blytheville from academic distress.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Everyone's fighting so this is good in a good way. So motion made by Ms. Zook, seconded by Mr. Black. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Hallelujah, thank you.
And now we can officially say congratulations.
Thank you.
And before you sit down, I think the commissioner would like to say a few words. We couldn't put the cart before the horse, so.
Yeah, I didn't want Mr. Atwill to leave without hearing from me about how much I appreciate the work that they've put into, and for them it wasn't about just getting off the list, okay? It was about changing the opportunities for their students, looking for partnerships. I mean, they partner with KIPP Delta, they partner with the community, they have a student voice initiative developed through the Leadership Academy that, I mean, there are so many pieces that he's right. He doesn't have time to tell you all of the things, but the things that we have observed and the feedback that we get from what's going on up there, you all know what we've had over the years where, the school choice issue. Blytheville was at the epicenter of that. They've moved beyond that. I mean, they are at a place now where I just really believe that this is just the start for them. Academic distress is not anything that we're going to worry about coming back to. They're going to keep working on all their buildings. And leadership of you, Mr. Atwill, and your team, your students, your teachers, everybody, the whole community, I just want to say great job. Keep it up.
Now, if y'all listened, you can probably hear them cheering it back home.
Right.
We hope they are, and please extend our congratulations to everyone that couldn't be here today.
Thank you, and I want you to know I come to work each day with a great amount of joy, and it's very hard not to embarrass myself and everyone I know right now.
Well, I hope you go home and embarrass them, because celebration, we can't do that enough. Especially in education. So thank you so much. Moving on to then action agenda item A2. I believe we've heard from the department. So with that, I will ask if there's any questions or comments from the board. And this is the consideration of schools recommended for removal from academic distress.
I just have a comment, and
Yes,
it goes
Ms.
for
Newman.
both Blytheville and these schools. I know that the people that do the hard work every day, we've got help from the department, we've got great superintendents, but those teachers and students that do this hard work every day is showing up here, and I just want to express my personal congratulations and thank you for what you do every day in those classrooms, because it makes a difference for kids. So I just wanted to say thank you to them.
Thank you. Very well said, Ms. Noonan. Thank you. Dr. Barth.
I join Ms. Newton's words and move to remove these schools from academic distress.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I guess, ladies, you were a little slow on the mic, so that motion made by Dr. Barr, seconded by Mr. Williamson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Once again, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, all those schools. Yes, definitely deserving of an applause. And again, in the spirit of the cart before, not the cart before the horse, let's, I know the commissioner would like to speak, I think Ms. Barnes does, and I would also invite any schools that may want to, again, highlight any successes. Briefly, because we do have a full agenda, but obviously, this is a moment of celebration. We want to be able to acknowledge that. So first, I think the commissioner, if you'll all be all right, we'll defer to him first, and then, but we will get to you as well, Mr. Atwill. Yes?
Well, I would just point out, as these schools have come to us, the leadership teams of these schools, there are certain ones that I remember conversations being, that I've had, that you all have had with them. You remember Dr. Robinson from Pine Bluff coming here and saying there will be excellence in Pine Bluff.
Yes.
Conversation I had with Ms. Ridgel and her team, and I said, Christy, you're the one that's going to get this done. And today, they were the ones that were able to get this done. Watson Chapel, Mineral Springs, Little Rock Prep, all the work in Jacksonville that has gone on through the years, and what a great way for them to celebrate, have their own district, and now, to see their middle school being recognized for the work that's going on there. And obviously, without a doubt, Fair and McClellan, they were so close. McClellan was so we knew they were getting there. We knew Fair was going the right direction. So, Mr. Poore, to you and your team, to everybody that is here representing a district, and for those of you maybe watching at home that couldn't be here, like Dr. Hathorn at Watson Chapel, I really do hope y'all take this opportunity to celebrate. Your communities deserve it. Your kids deserve it. Your staff deserves it. So great work. And again, this wasn't about, for these schools, just getting off a list. It was about changing the dynamic of what they are delivering for their students. And that's what we have encouraged. And so I want to also express appreciation for Ms. Barnes, Mr. Harvey, Dr. Wild, for the whole school improvement team, for Mr. Farron and the data analysis, for Dr. Arola and for her work, for the TAC, because all these things are integral parts of this point, this vote that you all just made. And I don't, and I know I'm going to leave somebody out, and I apologize for that, but just to point out the importance and how all these pieces fit together in moving our state ahead.
The commissioners already stated what I was going to say. I just wanted to express appreciation for all of the hard work for the members of my division, or the division that I oversee. It's not mine, but they have worked very hard. They have worked extremely long hours with these districts, these superintendents, and I don't want anyone to think that it was any one thing. I think, as you heard the commissioner just state, it's a system, just like in an organization. The system is comprised of all of the individuals that are working extremely hard to help students realize their potential. And so I appreciate this board for acknowledging that today in a very tangible way. And I think that one of the things that some people have been concerned about, they thought that maybe this number of 10 schools being recommended was extreme, but it was not. If they would reflect back, last year there were 6 schools that were recommended. This year there are 10. That in and of itself speaks to the hard work that's going on around this state every day in the classrooms and in the communities, and we just appreciate you all for your acknowledgement of that, and we appreciate all of the hard work from these superintendents in helping their staff and the students in the community realize that it is worth it after all.
Thank you so much, Ms. Barnes. Yes, Mr. Atwell.
Well, and Richard Atwell from Blytheville, to speak for Blytheville again. What just happened, I want you to know as a state board, is exactly what you and we are supposed to be doing for children every day in this state. And the main thing that I wanted to say is that you have something to be very proud of, and that's the Department of Education, because of the people that we work with and the guidance that we received. It's not going to be easy to wean from that. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Would any of the other school representatives wish to speak? Yes, Mr. Poore. And as you do, if you could just kindly state your name and title for the record, please.
Thank you. I'm Mike Poore. I'm the superintendent of Little Rock Schools, and we had a celebration that I actually think might have shook some of the downtown as soon as we heard that this was potential action earlier this week, and so it was very, very exciting. And I do want to just recognize several people. First, the questions that have come up from 2 of you as state board members during this discussion. Ms. Zook saying, what does it look like for ongoing support? And you just heard my Blytheville colleague share how important that is and what does that look like. I also appreciate Ms. Newton bringing up the fact that, there's all these wonderful things we're just saying about some of the superintendents, but it gets all down to teaching, okay? The great teachers make the difference, and I want to make sure we recognize that. On the state level, though, I'll bounce back and then kind of dive down again. I would be one name that has not come up, 2 names that have not come up yet is Andrew Tolbert and Ms. Streeter, who are 2 people that, in particular with FAIR and McClellan, have had major hands in those schools over the past several years, but still are helping us this year with the Achieve team. It's also probably important to note that we've had leadership changes. And so I was also a pleasure this week on Monday to call the former principals of FAIR and McClellan, and I thought that I ought to recognize them as well, because those 2 gentlemen did a heck of a job. Jeremy Owa, who is now at the Jacksonville School District and is one of their deputy superintendents, he was the principal at J.A. FAIR. And then Mr. Henry Anderson, who was previously was at McClellan, and now has moved on over to North Little Rock as assessment director. So those 2 guys deserve credit. But going back into what makes a difference, when you think about good and great teachers, and you think also about leadership, I think that the things that are changing within our schools, and I'm positive in other places that got removed, it's about creating different sets of expectations. And when you create different sets of expectations, it kind of lets you break down some walls of, well, we've always done it this way. And you start to look at taking on new ways to approach things. And then that actually enables the culture to change. Because too often what I've seen on schools that are labeled distressed or have some sort of government intervention is that there's all sorts of compliance actions taken, and you actually lose the opportunity for teachers to have voice, and you lose the sight of having kids be kids and kids getting to have an ownership within their school sites. And I believe that's what's going on in Little Rock and what has been going on for several years. I also would like to compliment my deputy superintendent, Marvin Burton, who's been in charge of this over the past several years, and appreciate that. And I'm very much enjoying the work that I'm getting to do in Little Rock, but I'm also enjoying the work with the State Department as we continue to get the rest of our schools off that distress tag and get local control back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Poor. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Angel, if you'll state your full name and title for the record, please.
Christy Rizzo, Superintendent of Dermott School District. Hard work pays off. It sums it up.
Short, sweet, to the point. Message received. Thank you.
I'm Curtis Turner. I'm Superintendent at Mineral Springs. I don't know that I could say anything that my colleagues haven't already said, but we do, it is a day of celebration, not just for us, but for you as a state. Dr. Tony came down and gave us a lot of good advice. He worked with our staff, and our staff has bought into it, and I can assure you that the work that's been started some years ago will continue, and I think only the best is yet to come from Mineral Springs. So I just had to say that. Thank you for removing us from this list today.
Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay. Then with that, if you could kindly confirm, Commissioner, this is the largest group of schools that we have taken off academic distress in a single vote. Is that correct, Commissioner?
I believe that's correct.
So with that, I'm going to ask my colleagues in joining me here. My whole time on the board has covered this academic distress process. And as many of you all know, there's been a few bumps along the way, but always with the same goal in mind of supporting our schools and district. Our role is easy here. We get to take a vote. But the department and what the schools do is truly transformational. I think we saw that here. So I was wondering if we could give them one more applause, standing applause to the department and to all of the districts for this accomplishment. Thank you. Thank you all so much. There's really not words to express how grateful we are. And to the department, congratulations. Really, this is a success for the state of Arkansas. If anyone questions if great things are happening in Arkansas, I think you have your proof right here. And we appreciate everyone, the team effort, the village that it took to make this happen. So thank you all with that. We will now, though, move on to action agenda item A3. The district extension request for waivers being granted to open enrollment charters, the Southeast Cooperative Districts, Act 1240. And with that, as folks come up for the presentation, to give an opportunity for districts that maybe aren't part of this waiver request, if you all would like to transition out, we will give folks an opportunity here to shuffle. Meanwhile, Ms. McLaughlin from the department, if you could kindly join us at the podium as people make their transitions. And again, congratulations to all the departing districts. Hope it's a celebratory ride home for those of you that have rides home.
Good morning, Kelly McLaughlin, ADE Charter Unit. Today we have an extension request from the Southeast Co-op, and I would like to ask Jennifer Davis to come forward to talk about our procedures.
Thank you so much. Ms. Davis, you're recognized.
Hey, good morning, or maybe afternoon, I don't know what it is. So the procedures that you have traditionally been following is that all persons that want to provide testimony outside the attorneys will need to be sworn in. The district, or in this case, the co-op, will have 20 minutes to collectively present its case to you for approval or extension of the waivers. Any parties opposed will also have a collective 20 minutes, and then the district will also have 5 minutes to close or rebut any arguments. After that, you can ask any questions of, I know this is a co-op, but the districts themselves or the department staff, and then you can go ahead and make your decision today. You can defer your decision to a later date, but there is a timeline that decision does need to be made.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Davis.
Today, we will begin by hearing from Karen Oath, the Southeast Co-op Director. They are asking on topics of educator licensure, which were granted last year. Their 90 days will expire on April the 4th, and it is requested for 5 years.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Behind me are the 12...
Oh, if you could kindly state your full name and title for the record, I apologize, just for the purpose of our reporting.
Karen Oath, Director, Southeast Co-op. And behind me are the 12 districts that are represented by their superintendents. And we would like to have an extension of our waivers for 5 years. When we were here in July, you granted our waivers. And we did not realize at the time that you granted us the greatest recruiting tool for teachers into the classroom that you could possibly have given us. And so, realizing the enormity of our problem, our shortage, our attrition, and our retirement, we come again to ask for 5 years. We would like to report to you what has transpired since we were here, and with your permission, that for the superintendents to have the greatest number of Act 12, 40 teachers would like to speak.
Of course.
And we think that that will tell our story. First of all, last year when we were here, we anticipated hiring 119 teachers. At that time, we had 64 openings, and we had 55 teacher retirements. And if you will look at page 5 of your handout packet, I think the whole rationale of why we are here and why we need 5 years extension will explain itself. When we were here, again, as I said, we were anticipating 119 openings. And if you will look on page 5, your data packet, the 13 districts that were eligible on July 15th hired 268 teachers. 203 of those were licensed teachers. I want to make the statement, and they will all make the statement as well. It is our intent, it is our heart's desire to find a fully licensed, qualified teacher. That is our heart's desire, because we know that provides us with a stable workforce, a stable school, a stable district, a stable co-op area. That is our heart's desire. But the reality is that we have a shortage, that there is not enough fully qualified teachers to fill all of our openings. However, if you will look, we hired 268, 203 were fully licensed. 35 teachers of that 268 are on an alternate licensure plan, an ALP, but to become fully licensed, they also must meet that 3-year requirement of progress made. So there's 35 of that 268 in that pathway. We hired only 58 Act 1240 teachers. Until our back was up against the wall, we do not hire unqualified teachers. We are looking for qualified licensed teachers. If we can find them, beg them, borrow them, steal them, recruit them out of retirement, we try everything. We try everything. And of the 58, 41 have already entered an alternate licensure program. When these districts hire them, they make it perfectly clear: we will hire you, but get in a pathway to become a fully licensed teacher. That is our heart's desire. And then of the 41, that only leaves us 17 to enter in the spring. And if you will also look, the non-traditional pathways are coming up as well. In fact, when I wrote this report in January to send to you, there were only 94 in the MAT program at UAM, which is our biggest feeder, along with the Apple program, our biggest feeder. I called Donna Honeycutt yesterday and said, I know that you are enrolling now. How many do you have in a pathway to enrolling? She has 132 with 8 that are transitional. They don't have all of their information in yet. Also, there's 70 teachers in the parapro pathway, but remember, those teachers are 2 to 4 years out as they secure a degree and then come into the MAT program. So as of that, if you will look at the next column, there are 54 teachers enrolled in a non-traditional education program and holding a provisional licensure, which is good news, bad news. Great news if you pass all your praxis tests, bad news if you don't, because then your provisional license goes away. And then if you will look at the next column, one of the things that you wanted us to look at also was those that we looked at was we have 43 teachers that are hung up somewhere in a pathway that have not passed a praxis test, whether it be the core battery math, which seems to be the biggest hang up, or their content area test. So, and one thing that we made good on our promise, you asked us when we were here July 15th, if we would make sure that these teachers had ethics training. They not only had ethics training at their local districts if we hired them in time for the August workshops, they also had pro-ethica training, online training with the 6 modules. We hired 58 teachers. 55 I already have their certificates of completion. 2 teachers were hired in January. They were semester hires. And 1 teacher is, all she needs is to pass a praxis test, and she has been in teaching for 10 years. She is a licensed teacher, but not in the area that she has now been moved to. We are doing everything we can possibly do. If you have data sheets, school by school, of what they've done to support the teacher, we have given them at the co-op, what we've done is we've given them classroom management. We've also given them support of a specialist, a math, science, or a specialist, to check on them at their school, to answer questions, to do anything to help them. They also have a mentor at the local districts that's doing exactly the same thing. And the school district has also provided them classroom management on site. They're giving them some of the best mentors that they could find. We want these 58 that we hired in Act 1240 to never leave our area. We will not let them go if at all possible. We will do everything we can to keep them, because we have found with these waivers the best recruiting tool we could ever find. And so that is the reason for our extension. But I would like for, if you would like, the teachers with the highest number, we have 4 teachers with the districts with the highest numbers, Crossett, Dermott, Dumas, and Hamburg, to tell you how it has impacted them and their district, and to also tell you the lengths they have gone to support these teachers through this process.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So with that now, and I apologize here, we're not under a 20-minute time limit here, correct? Or if, but we have discretion for more time, is that correct, Ms. Davis? Thank you. I just wanted to make sure here, because you all have made the journey here and would love to hear from the superintendents. But I do want to make sure that we don't get in trouble with our rules, so.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you do have a 20-minute time limit. What I would suggest is that, there can be some flexibility if they're in the middle of a presentation to wrap it up, but I would go ahead and see if there is any opposition and allow them the opportunity to have that before extending their time too much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davis. So with that, actually, if you can kindly confirm, I don't have anyone here in the realm of public comment that has indicated opposition. Is the department aware of any opposition that's signed up to speak?
No, but I'm going to go check again, just
Thank
to
you
make
so
sure.
much. So in the interim, please feel. Yes.
Would you like to hear the 4 with the largest number first?
Yes, please.
Okay, cross it.
Good afternoon. Gary Williams, Superintendent at Crossett. Last year, our district was hit with a lot of resignations due to teachers who were leaving our area to return to other parts of the state. Southeast Arkansas was not their home, or retirement. We had just under 1/5 of our faculty turnover last year. And that put us in a bind trying to find certified teachers. As Ms. Oaf mentioned, we worked day and night trying to contact individuals to come interview for positions. We exhausted all the lists that were available to us of the certified candidates, and just could not recruit enough interest to come to that part of the state. Fortunate, you guys were kind enough to provide us the waiver last year, and we had the most in our region with 9 Act 1240 teachers that were hired. The unique thing about these 1240 teachers that we really need to keep in mind, they're local. They are local to Southeast Arkansas. They have degrees, and they were able to find a good job with us. And of course, that's one of the benefits of the 1240 is we were able to stabilize our staff. If this hadn't been granted, we would have been looking for permanent subs or long-term subs that we would have been in the process of trying to find that certified teacher with a guessing game. So with these individuals needing to earn a living, they needed some stability. We needed some stability. At this point, all 9 of our teachers have completed the Pro Ethica training. They are all either currently enrolled or on the path to enrolling into the MAT program at UAM or the Apple program. So all 9 intend on coming back and being part of our district, which is really important to stabilize our staff so we can continue to grow professionally. The turnover was just, it's a killer in what we do. So it was a big impact. Again, we look to bring all those teachers back if the waiver is allowed to be granted for the next 5 years. And it was a lifesaver for CrossIT at that moment of the school year. And as Ms. Oath mentioned, the numbers aren't growing as far as teachers enough to keep up with the demand. And we're hoping to grow them locally. And as you can see with the numbers with UAM's MAT program, they are heading in the direction that we need to provide that supply of teachers to take care of our kids in Southeast Arkansas. I'll step aside and let the next district speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Christy Ridgel, Superintendent of Delmont School District. For the 2016-17 school year, in order to be fully staffed, Delmont School District had no other option but to employ 8 teachers under the 1240 waiver. Of the 8 teachers, currently 1 has completed all the requirements to receive a valid Arkansas educator license. The others are working to either enroll in a non-traditional education program or complete the practice core, PLT, or content area assessments. The district has provided guidance and intense support for these teachers. This support has included the following: mentoring with experienced teachers, working with the buddy teacher, providing leave time to observe content teachers in another local school, targeted professional development, modeling from instructional facilitators, guidance from the specialists at the local educational co-op, and individualized feedback from the principals. The high school principal is currently leading tutoring sessions with teachers who need assistance in preparing for the practice core math exam. Our goal is to ensure all of the teachers have been granted license before the end of 2017-18 school year. Their progress towards meeting the required criteria for licensure is documented through the use of a checklist. The high school principal meets with each teacher to identify the document and their progress in reaching their license. Through conversations with teachers and reviewing letters of intent, it has been determined that almost all teachers have expressed interest in returning for the 2017-18 school year. If the waiver is granted for the upcoming year, our district will have one of the highest teacher retention rates that it has had in the last several years. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Kelvin Gregg, Superintendent, Dumas School District. I will say first of all that I've been here before, and you guys were so graciously allowed us to
I
come
apologize. I'm so sorry to interrupt. If you could speak into the mic, please.
I'm sorry.
For the purpose of live streaming. I was just given the signal back there. We know what you're saying is important. We want to make sure it's heard. Thank you so much.
Kelvin Gregg, Superintendent, Dumas School District. A couple of years ago, my district came before the state board, and we had a unique request that you guys allow my district to hire 2 teachers that were interns for UAM. As such, we would provide them the necessary resources to be successful. 2 years later, those 2 interns are still with us at Dumas. My district also, like Dermot, we had to hire 8 Act 1240 teachers. And, you know, quite frankly, before you all approved that, we were worried. My office on a Wednesday morning, we took the Apple list and the map list, and we went to telephones. And we started from 1 all the way down. After, you know, about 3 hours, we could not get one Apple person to come to Dumas to do an interview. Not a single one. We had a math teacher that we needed, and we went the entire year advertising for a math teacher and didn't get one single applicant for that position. Just like the other schools, we've added with our 1240, we've utilized the content specialists at the co-op. My district has curriculum facilitators that work hand in hand. Our principals have instituted a program where our math teachers have provided some service to those 1240 teachers. My situation was a little bit unique because of the 1240 teachers that we hired, they had degrees in the content area. They just could not pass the core portion of the practice one. I had English teachers that bombed knocked the reading and the writing portion of the core, knocked it out of the water, but couldn't proceed because they couldn't pass the math portion of the core. So, you know, we've done everything that we can, and we're continuing to do to aid those teachers in passing that core portion of the practice. You know, quite frankly, without those 1240 teachers, it would have been very possible for us in Dumas to educate our students. We're not asking for a waiver of fair dismissal. We're not asking for a waiver from teaching the 38 required. All we're asking for is help from you guys to allow us to teach the 38 required. So with that being said, thank you for what you've done for us in the past, and we look forward to continuing to work with the Department of Ed and the State Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Max. Excuse me, Max Dyson, Superintendent, Hamburg School District. Again, thank you for allowing us to be here. Thank you for helping us. You gave us the opportunity to continue to be successful in Southeast Arkansas. Southeast Arkansas struggles. You've heard all the comments from my colleagues about the difficulty in finding teachers. I want to talk about what Hamburg is doing once we get these Act 1240 people hired. If they need to go to the co-op for training, if they need to go study to prepare for a praxis exam, if they go take the praxis exam, that's school business. We pay for that. They are local people. We encourage them to stay within our school district. We don't provide a hardship for them once they become part of Hamburg School District. We also mentor them with successful teachers to help them. Keep in mind, some of these individuals are degreed people, but not necessarily in math or English or science. So they need some help. If you've been studying in math and science and you've using the correct terms that you've been taught by your teachers in college, it's easier sometimes for you to pass the praxis. If you haven't, it is a challenge for you. We're providing them every opportunity to be successful. We couldn't do it without you. Tomorrow morning we have an administrators meeting at 9 o'clock. Depending on what you do, we begin the dialogue with my building principals. What does an Act 1240 teacher look like, the success that he or she has made in a year for us to recommend that they be hired for the coming years. And we were having this dialogue up to this point. What do we do? And my response was wait until we go before the state board. They will tell us what we need to do. As Mr. Gregg said, we're not asking you to waive fair dismissal. We just need to know what adequate yearly progress is. We've had them go through and they passed the praxis course. Some of them have. They are still working on it. They're working in content subject area. They're working in the principles of learning and teaching. They completed the pro ethica training. We know where they are. We spend time with them. We have people in our office that spend time with them, meet with them almost weekly. That's in the superintendent's office. Not to mention what's happening with their building principals. We need the continued support of the state board so they will know that you are supporting their efforts. It has opened the door, as you heard Ms. Oath say, from University of Arkansas at Monticello, in people saying, hey, they're going to help us. I want to teach. Maybe I can go in and do this. Thank you for the support you've given us in the past. I hope you continue to support us in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. So I believe those are the 4 that you had indicated of the largest numbers. I did want to pause. I saw Ms. Davis return here and see if anyone was formally signed up for opposition. None. So knowing that, right now I do want to check with the leisure of the board here. There are other superintendents. I don't know if others would like to address the board and say a few words. But if doing so, I would want to defer to my colleagues here in terms of whether we are moving a little bit from our protocol, but at the same time, unusual circumstances, and we acknowledge the commitment of all of you in being here today. So if folks did want to speak, if my colleagues are open to that, then I'd love to give them that opportunity. But any concerns? Ms. Abels?
I have a question and a comment.
Well, Ms. Abels, what I think we'll do is we'll hear then from the rest of the superintendents. So just procedurally, I'd like to hear from the rest of them, and then yes, and then most definitely, we do want to open up for questions and comments from the board. But in terms of allowing an opportunity for those who've traveled this large distance, right, to say a few words about the waivers, and then we'll proceed with normal questions, comments, and dialogue. So. I see no concerns from my colleagues, and I would say, are there any other superintendents who have not spoken who would wish to address the board about this waiver? Oh, I see. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Lynn Durden, Superintendent of the DeWitt School District. I want to thank you for the opportunity to place 4 capable individuals in classrooms at the DeWitt Public Schools. And I just want to assure each of you that the actions that you took last July helped us to put those individuals in the classroom and to keep those individuals in the classroom. They're all degreed. They have, 3 of the 4 have passed their praxis exams. The 4th one is in the process of completing that now. They are all in an Apple or MAP program or in the process of entering that program. They have all indicated they want to return to the DeWitt School District for the 17-18 school year, and they will most likely be a constant in our school district and our community. All have completed the Pro Ethica training and successfully, and in addition, they have also completed an additional 4 hours of ethics training supplied by the district. So I would respectfully request that you would consider the continuation of our extension of Act 1240 waivers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did anyone else want to address the board? Okay, seeing none, then Ms. Abels, yes, now we'll proceed into question and comments. Thank you so much for everyone, for your contributions and for this presentation. So Ms. Abels.
I love that all of you are getting teachers from, out of the box. I'm a non-traditional teacher too. In fact, I had the privilege of working with Ms. Hope, and I worked with her for 2 weeks, and then I started teaching in the classroom as a non-traditional teacher. And I know that your co-op is very strong in providing excellent PD, and that's so refreshing, and that makes me very happy for these new teachers. I'm just curious how many of you have a teacher cadet program or teacher preparing your homegrown teachers? Okay. Those of you that don't, I really would recommend and encourage you to look into that teacher cadet program, because these kids in high school are getting opportunities to go in and watch great teachers in your district and go to college knowing what it's going to look like in the 21st century classroom. And I just hope that you will, if you don't have that, look into it, because it would just be an added bonus for your districts in recruiting those teachers with homegrown roots. And thank y'all for what you're doing.
Thank you so much, Ms. Abels. Ms. Newton.
First, I want to commend all of you superintendents for making sure that these new teachers are supported. You know, that, I think that's, as far as being a model for other districts and being one where they're going to look at your co-op and say, well, how did they do that? And then they may want to come steal some of those teachers, so you better have them. You're doing a great job with that. My question goes to McGee. Okay, those 6 teachers that were hired last year under that 1240 waiver, what's going to happen to those 6 teachers?
We hope that all of them are far enough in at a program that they pass the praxis exam, that they're making progress and they can continue. And my understanding is that he has two that are holding a provisional license already. He has 5 that's in a program. So if they can pass the praxis exam on that timeline, they will be a licensed teacher.
But
if not,
because they don't have one student in a virtual academy,
That's
they're
right.
no longer eligible.
That's right.
Okay, and
That's right.
so those teachers, if they don't, then they're looking
the
for
pressure's
jobs.
on. The pressure's on. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
But they are supporting those teachers so that they have every opportunity to continue on, to pass the praxis, get a provisional license, then turn that over to
But if we'd given
license.
you a 5-year waiver last summer,
That's right.
they would still have their job.
Right. That's exactly right.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. I saw Ms. Zook next, and then I know that a few of my colleagues over here also have pulled their mics. Ms. Zook.
First of all, I wanted to commend you for your positive attitude about coming before us and your understanding that our questions are because we are concerned about your students just like you are.
Right.
And I think anytime you know you're going to make a presentation, then your accountability, you know, you look deep and all that. The only other thing I'd like to see, and obviously it would be totally up to you, is 2 or 3 years out to see if those students that are under these teachers are doing as well or better than the teachers who went the traditional route, you know, already were licensed, already practicing and all that, didn't maybe have all the extra help, because that would be helpful to us.
Right.
I know that the charters don't always have that information for you all, like, well, did this directly apply or was it something else? So that would be great feedback as far as I'm concerned, to know that these teachers are in fact getting as good or better results than we were getting otherwise. But thank you very much for all you do. My husband's family's from that part of the state in McGee, and we're down there quite frequently, and I appreciate all of you for all the work you do. You from Crossett, they may have to get Miss Toyce Newton to come out and teach if she would.
They will probably try.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zook. Yes, Dr. Barth.
So, and this does kind of build on Ms. Zook's comment. First off, I really appreciate the amount of data that y'all have provided, and I think this was actually a really healthy exercise in terms of coming back for a review. My one question, it may have been in here, but I couldn't find it. What was the retention rate? Were there differences in terms of retention rates between the teachers in the different categories across from the start of the year to the time of this report?
Retention rate in
terms of staying in positions across, or is it pretty much 100% across the board, or was there some variance in terms of teachers who started the year and then started the second semester?
I think we've only lost one, I think.
One.
Yes, we've lost one teacher at Dumas.
Okay.
That's all.
Across the entire
Yes.
co-op? Okay, okay. That's
One.
very helpful. am comfortable with this as a pilot, and I think we need to see it as a pilot rather than as a permanent answer to our teacher shortage crisis in parts of the state. I like the notion of it as a pilot. What worries me a little bit about the 5-year extension is the lack of capability for us to check in with good comparative data on what the outcomes are looking like, and then of course extension, because it really is about retention year to year, right? And we don't even have 1 year of retention data kind of across a year. So I would strongly prefer a 3-year rather than a 5-year. For those reasons. I don't know what I'll do if I don't have that choice, but I don't want to nip this innovation in the butt, but I do also want to do right by kids and have a little more data to feel good about a 5-year
I think we could provide that data. I think we could probably check in at 2 to 3 years and track those over, and then have data at that time. What 5 years does is gets all of our feeder tracks in place.
I understand.
And we don't want to lose any that we've got in progress. We think, reason we thought 5 years is the parapro will be full-blown. All of those 70 will be out. Everything that we have initiated will be full-blown. Because as you know, sometimes it takes 3 to 5, really 5 years for true implementation. But we would be glad to track data and do anything that we need to do. We would be willing to do.
And I can't tell you to do that. We're constrained in terms of our ability to amend, as you know.
But we could volunteer
if you could
to do that.
I love volunteerism.
We could volunteer
If you
to
could
do that.
volunteer for every 2 year, for a 2-year and a 4-year, that would also give some data in advance of the time that y'all would come up for a 5th year. And
We
so
could do that.
I would love a 2 and 4 year data along these lines, and if possible, beginning to look at some performance data compared to the 2. Ms. Davis, that's all right if it's volunteered, correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Is this going to be like a written report that is submitted to the office that we can just submit to you and?
Akin to what is here, but if ideally with some, if we're at that point to be able to actually see some comparative student performance data, that would be my dream.
Okay, we just didn't know, is this, like I say, a written report, or do they all need to come back at a 2? Okay.
No, because
So-
it's, I think if they get this waiver, they've got it for 5 years, right?
Okay, yes.
But I think it would be, I want us to be thoughtful about
Sure.
whether this is working as we think about other places that may come and ask for
Okay.
waivers.
That's fine. I mean, if they are willing to come and, like I say, do, or provide that report, did you say a 2 and 4 year?
Absolutely.
Then that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that they were understanding whether it was going to be a written, or did they need to come and do a presentation for you.
Right. I would see it in the consent agenda, and then, of course, if we had questions, that would, we could always we can always roll it over for a month and actually ask those questions.
Thank you. And just a quick process question, then I know there's some of my other colleagues who pulled their mics. Was there a conversation or discussion with your teachers or your community about you all coming before us to ask for this 5-year extension?
Informally, because their mentors are so vested in this that they want these teachers to continue. So I've talked with a few mentors that have said, I want to keep this teacher in. They're good. We want to continue to grow them. They would have to speak to how much conversations happened at their district.
Thank you.
One of the activities that we had, the recruitment program in Southeast Arkansas, we had the different agencies come down to share, and so that was publicized throughout our community, and we've had conversations at civic clubs and things of that nature that they're aware of our need, and they're supportive of the effort to keep these folks.
Thank you. No, and I just offer that. I recall last time that vis-a-vis some teachers' concerns were raised, and I just didn't know if this time was maybe more around the process or because things have been going well, then some of those concerns have been assuaged. And so just trying to get a sense of that. But I know there's a lot of folks here present, and I appreciate your testimony toward that end. Ms. Chambers, you're recognized.
That actually was my question. But I do want to commend what you're doing and what you're sharing, because my guess is it's highly likely that the definition of a traditional path is going to broaden over time.
Right.
And so much of what you're learning, my question was really about the teacher. Let's assume we do have a traditional teacher community right now, teaching community, and how does it feel about this? And it sounds like you've assigned mentors, but I think it's so important that the culture within your schools is not just it's not just resisting this, but it's not an absence of resistance, that it actually wants teachers that are coming in through these alternative paths. And because I think that floats all boats within the school. And I just wondered if that is indeed what you're seeing and encouraging in your various schools.
I've not seen any resistance because, remember, these other teachers have kids in these schools as well. They want the most highly qualified teacher that will stay there over the long haul as well. And I think that's part of the emphasis on get them in a program, get them in a program. If we're going to hire them, get them in a program to where they can become a fully licensed teacher and stay with us and have some stability. I've heard of absolutely no opposition from my vantage point.
Well, if you could just on our behalf thank your teachers.
Yes.
They have full days as it is.
Yeah.
But I think it's so important that they're continuing to mentor and to reach out to these individuals that are coming into the teaching community.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Very well articulated. Thank you. I saw Dr. Hill first.
Yes, Commissioner, I just wanted to ask a question. I'm seventh board meeting I've been here, and this has been something that I think it was the first board meeting that I came here, that they came here. And is this waiver system that we have part of something that comes from the legislator that we have to have? Because
Yes.
I think, just based on what I'm hearing, if I was, and I want to refer to our experts, Ms. Newton and Ms. Zook, being in classrooms, and, well, yeah, and I'm not, you're MVP.
The active teacher.
But it appears that we may consider even going back and reversing this trend, because the only other option would be when they were bringing here, they're bringing the teachers that would come to them that were, last year, they were not qualified, or some of them substitutes that were not degreed, and they were just sitting in. And so we're asking for a waiver to bring the best qualified people into the classroom, and they have to bring that back to us on a regular basis. I'm just based on experience in here, it should be the other way. If I was a superintendent looking at, they're trying to find the very best people that they can, and they have to have a waiver for that, rather than flipping it and saying, okay, look, we're going to have a waiver because we're in what should be defined as teacher population distress, just like academic distress. They have a distress environment of population of teachers. So that they should qualify under this plan that we should take to get voted on, so that they can work on that configuration, rather than saying, I'm going to put somebody into my class, I need a waiver to put a more qualified person in, rather than a waiver to come and just take anybody. I wouldn't want that for my child. And so we're putting them through the ringers. And I'm just looking at this from a bird's eye view. We're putting them through the ringer to come here to get approval to put the best people in the classroom, or if we disapprove, they're going to have somebody in there that's just passing through and hope, by the way, they can just pick up their money and go. And I just think that's kind of backwards as a board member. And so I've only been here 7 months, so maybe I'm thinking things, too general. But as a board member who will be here for the next 7 years, that's what I'm going to push. And so I just want to bring that to my commissioner here to say, how can we rethink that? Because I think that we're going at it backwards. And it just doesn't make common sense to me from how we're doing this. And I hope we can look at a model for doing that. And if I was a principal, which you all have been, in the classroom, or teachers, whatever, and you're trying to bring that population to the classroom, which would you prefer? Would you prefer somebody who's excited, who's degreed, who wants to get in the program, or no, I don't get the waiver, so now I have to go sit in there and bring anybody in who wants to substitute and pay them a daily salary? That's just, to me, is backwards.
Dr. Hill, excuse me.
Oh, please, Kelvin, let me go first before, because I don't want to follow you, okay? I know that I'm going to hear from Mr. Bragg, and I don't want to follow him, but it'll be good, I promise you. So, Dr. Hill, that is a great point. And one of the things that these waivers allow us to do is to try new things. You've heard Mr. Gregg already brag on the work that we were able to do with that district individually on a new idea, and it's worked for them. This is expanding new ideas to a whole region, and yes, having to work through that waiver system. But I can tell you this, Ms. Pfeffer, Ms. Jacks, all the team in licensure and ed prep think about that question every day. How can we set this thing up so that we don't have to put folks through the ringer of getting waivers, that the system we have is getting the best qualified, whether they be traditionally trained or non-traditionally trained. And that's why the approaches we're taking are multi-pronged. You've heard reference to the teacher cadets. We've talked about the parapro and the steps that they can go through to become a fully licensed teacher of record in the classroom. So, and I looked, and Ms. Pfeffer is back from legislative committee, so she may want to speak to this as well. But yes, and we are looking to see how we can take these pilots and learn from them, and then take those to make policy out of those. Yes, sir.
And what type of time frame would that look like in order to move this process along so that the next co-op won't have to come through and ask if this is working?
Ms. Pfeffer is there, and I think she might be able to address more detail.
Yes, sir. Ivy Pfeffer, Assistant Commissioner, Educator Licensure and Educator Effectiveness. So our licensure bill did pass out of the House Ed Committee today, so this is good, step one. And one of the provisions in that bill would allow the department to have rules that would establish an emergency teaching permit. That could be a one-year permit, and basically do what they've done under the waiver. But for many of their candidates, and most of the ones I heard them describe, it would allow that candidate to actually have a permit to teach for up to a year. The goal would then be for that candidate hopefully to enroll in a program, but it gives them more than just going in as a sub. So it basically does what you're talking about there. So it gives them a pathway to do that. Something else, though, when you started talking about the we really are going to have, we do have districts that are in distress right now for their workforce. And one of the things we're looking at is, can we create a workforce strength index to measure the strength of the educator workforces in an individual school and at a district level? And working on that calculation right now and what it would look like. But what it could do is provide some really good information within our ESSA plan for a school district to look and say, hey, out of my 6 schools here, my elementary teachers are experienced teaching in their field of expertise and have very low rates of turnover, but that's not the case at the high school. And so then they can look to see what are the things that we're going to need to do to help out the high school workforce. And it may be different uses of Title II money, and it may be that then that's what the plan they come to us with, so that they could be given some exemptions maybe to have more flexibility. So I think there's some things already in the works, but the legislation, if it goes on through the rest of this process, will be a big first step.
And Ms. Kaufman, correct me if I'm wrong, but we will be talking about Act 1240s this afternoon, actually picking up from last month, and so we'll even have an opportunity. Now, this one looks a little different because it's coming from a co-op, but in the end is being designated through the exact same mechanism and by district as well, and we are going to have conversations here. And please know that we are hearing you all as districts, wanting to have conversations about this, also how we can, and what our role may look like as part of this process. And Commissioner, yes.
I don't want to bypass Mr. Gregg, because I know he has some
most definitely
words to share.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Hill, that's exactly, our point here. is that if we're not allowed to have 1240 teachers, Ms. Newton, then what are we going to do? I'm going to go I'm going to have somebody in my office file a form for a long-term sub. And I'm going to put a less qualified person in a position to teach kids because a 1240 teacher that I had that has a degree in that content area was not approved. And I'm like you, Dr. Hill, I'm an old country boy, but that don't sound right. But, again, in Dumas, my community has been proactive. We just were awarded a career and technical ed grant to start up an education and training program at our high school. Our community realizes that, our pay scale is not high. Our board is actively pursuing a $3 million increase solely for the purpose of increasing teacher salaries. So we are very active in Dumas, and there again, we would appreciate your support.
Thank you. So with that, any additional comments or questions from the board? Otherwise, I'll actually have to ask Ms. Freno, Ms. Davis, as a point of order. I know we can take several agenda items together at once. And so that would be possible in this case unless somebody would really want to take one of these waivers separately than the others. I'm seeing Ms. Kaufman give me an initial indication that we should be able to take these, but noting that they are different items. Because I know the 1240 is not with the co-op, but with the individual districts.
Right, and you could handle this much like you would have handled the consent agenda. You can handle it as a whole unless one of the members feels like they want to have a further discussion on that individual district. And then my recommendation would be that you pull that one, but go ahead and still vote on a block as much as possible.
Thank you so much, Ms. Davis. So with that, look to the discretion here of the board. Is there any desire to pull out an individual? Otherwise, then I would welcome a motion in regards to action agenda item A3, letters A through L, if I got that right, A through L.
I move to approve the request for waivers for A through L for 5 years of the years that it was requested for.
I second.
Yes, it was 5 years, that's correct. Yes, Dr. Barth. Well, first, if I can acknowledge, motion made by Ms. Dean, seconded by Dr. Hill, and yes, now.
And then does that does include your agreement to do reports by every 2 years?
Second year and fourth year.
Fourth year.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
And that was, yes, Commissioner.
Because under Act 1240, districts can come at any time, and you just have to nod, Jennifer, if you would, but McGee, at any point that they get a student that is in Virtual Academy or even another one that has this waiver, Connections Academy maybe, they could come to the board, petition individually, and seek the same thing that the rest of the schools in the co-op region have.
I can guarantee they will.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like to recommend it be 2 years from now. That way we'll actually get 3 years worth of data, the current year that you have, and then 2 more into the 5. So that'll give us 3 years and then 5 years before you come back up. And I know that's a lot of extra work, but, we want to know if it works. And if it is, then maybe we don't need that with any district.
Right. It's great action research. It's great.
Yeah, and I want to speak to Ms. Tucker, who was here at ADE when I first came here, and it's good to see you again.
And I've gotten the opportunity to see Dr. Tucker in action, and she's doing wonderful, wonderful work over there in Hermitage. So we do have an active motion on the floor. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, motion carries unanimously for all. And then, and please know, we are planning at least one work session in your region in the next month or so. We'll know more here in a little bit. But this would be, I think, an opportunity for us to see in person how some of this is being implemented, at least in one of y'all's district. That'll be an item that we will discuss later this afternoon. Please keep aware of that. Our hope is to come visit you all in the Delta. So thank you all so much. Safe drive back, and thank you. We appreciate all of your efforts. So now, once again, I find myself in a position of both asking for some feedback here from the department as well as from my colleagues. I don't know if the individuals from the Greenwood School District are in a rush, and if so, prior to lunch, Or do we have the opportunity here, because this has already been a long morning, to take a break for lunch and then Greenwood, have lunch? Have lunch? Okay, wonderful. We just don't want to rush you all, but at the same time, if you have commitments this afternoon, we apologize. Our schedule has ended up a little different than we thought today. Well, thank you, Greenwood, with that. So with that, we will adjourn until 1:30.
Did we tell these schools that their schedule and academic distress goes away?
We will, if we haven't already. I mean, we probably haven't because
Simply the best. They're the only ones that art center. Yeah, they are. And they actually have a Latin flavor one. That's quite good.
The training and the faith-based and everything.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all. We're glad to reconvene this session of the State Board of Education. For those of you that are just joining us this afternoon, we are picking off some of our items from this morning. I'm afraid we're just a little bit behind, but just for individuals trying to keep track of our agenda here today. We are going to pick up with action agenda item A4, district request for waivers granted to open enrollment charters, the Greenwood School District. Ms. McLaughlin, you're recognized.
Thank you. Today we have Greenwood School District here to apply for Act 1240 waivers. The topics are clock hours. There's a 90-day. It expires on April the 4th, and they have a request for 5 years. We have Mr. John Ciesla, Superintendent, to begin their presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you for allowing us a short break to be able to have lunch. I hope you all were able to as well.
No, thank you. I was about to pass out, so it was great. So.
I'm glad it was a mutually beneficial decision. Wonderful.
Well, good afternoon. My name is John Ciesla, Superintendent of the Greenwood Public Schools, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present this waiver request today, and thank you for all that you do for the children of Arkansas. It's been a long-standing mission at Greenwood to our mission has been to provide excellence in education, and we firmly believe part of that desire of providing excellence is to constantly seek improvement and to meet the needs of all students. And over the years, our school district has performed quite well with regard to assessments that the state has given. We are proud of those accomplishments, but over time we have just continued to disaggregate that data and really look and try to understand that that's not just a number, it's about a student and their future. So with that in mind, we're constantly trying to challenge ourselves and our teachers and our staff and our students. Assistant Superintendent Kevin Heslin, who's not here today, posed the following question to our secondary leadership team. If you could design a perfect school, what would it look like? And thus began an ongoing dialogue. That dialogue has gone on for well over 6 months now. And throughout this process, we had to come to grips with if we wanted to create a perfect school, the first thing we had to do was realize we are not a perfect school. No matter how well we have performed, we have to continue to look at those students that are not performing for some reason. So that's kind of the premise of where we're at today. As our discussions progressed, we started to look at different models that we could look at with regard to delivery of instruction or utilization of our staff. And the one thing that as a group that we came to a non-negotiable agreement on was the fact that we wanted whatever we chose as far as a delivery model or any program that we were going to look at, we would not minimize the role of our teachers. Because we believe in the Greenwood School District, our teachers are our most important asset that we have besides our students. So with that being said, we developed a model that aligns with our current student pathway model that we've developed, our concurrent credit programs, and our workforce readiness programs. And what we're here today to do is to request on behalf of a very small percentage of our students a waiver request on seat time. We're not here to sell you on the instructional delivery model that we are developing, but we do think it's important for you to understand what that model looks like as it pertains to our request. So I've asked our two instructional facilitators, Jason Bridges and Christy Heslin, to come up and share the model that we've developed.
Mr. Asel, before you step away from the mic and as your colleagues approach, I apologize. I guess with the hurry of coming back from lunch, I failed to swear you all in. Oh, so if I could just kindly do so and get right with our attorneys. Okay. We do not want to not be right with our attorneys. If you could kindly raise your right hand, everyone that's intending to offer testimony. Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. And yes, you all may proceed. And if and I am clocking you guys for a collective 20 minutes. I'll ask the department to affirm whether there's any opposition present, but you all will have an opportunity to continue on from there as our discretion. But if you hear a buzzer go off in 20 minutes, please know it's just based on the protocols that we have sort of set up for this. So I know it was explained before the previous one. Not sure if all of y'all had connected that with yours as well. So thank you so much, and please proceed.
Hello, I am Jason Bridges. I am an instructional facilitator at Greenwood School District.
as we started discussing how could we design the ideal school, the first thing that we did was we started to identify our problems. And we do have some significant problems at our school, as every school does. The first problem that we identified, we started to refer to as the pothole problem. And I think that that deserves a little bit more detail. We would like to think that the path to graduation, the road to graduation, is smooth for all of our students. And that's the way we imagine it in the ideal school. But we know that for a large number of our students, that road to graduation is not smooth. There are numerous potholes in that road. And the question is, where did those potholes come from? And how did they develop? And how can we smooth out the road? So as we started talking about that problem, we identified the traditional classroom as the root cause. Now, we're not blaming our traditional classroom teachers. We have excellent teachers who do as much as they can for the students that they have. But I want you to imagine, if you will, that you are a 9th grade Algebra 1 teacher. And you're going into a classroom, you spent all summer preparing your lessons, revising your activities, planning out your pacing guide to make sure you cover all of your standards by the end of the year. And first day of school, what comes through the door? Well, what comes through the door are a bunch of what you would call typical learners. They're going to be able to learn at an average pace, and they're going to be able to cover all the standards. You'll have some of them make an A, some make a B, some make a C. But in that same classroom, you'll have some students who are not typical learners. They're advanced learners. Some, for whatever reason, they're able to take old knowledge and connect it to new knowledge, and they could fly through the curriculum if you let them. But at the same time, coming through the door, you have some struggling learners. For whatever reason, school has not been easy for them, and they cannot make connections to what they've learned previously, and so they're going to struggle. Let's say you're in Unit 3 of Algebra 1, and you're going to start connecting linear equations, which you've already studied, to exponential. Okay, now that's an advanced topic. And as a teacher, you might think, well, I'm going to start the unit with a review of linear functions. That way we're all smooth. So you do. You start with your review, and you give a homework assignment. The students come back, you grade it. And what you have is what you would expect that you would have. Most of the students understand how to do it, but you have some students who still don't quite get what linear functions are. And as a teacher, you are faced with a difficult decision. You'd only plan for one day of review. Do you go ahead and take another day? Or do you go ahead and go with the next lesson, knowing that you're going to leave some students behind? It's a tough decision. And the problem is you're going to be faced with that same decision after lesson 2, after lesson 3, after lesson 4. What a large number of our teachers have to do at some point is they have to teach to the average pace. They have to teach to the middle. They try to differentiate as much as they can for their students, but students start being left behind. By the time you get through the entire unit, you stop to give the unit test, but as a teacher, you already know what the results are going to be. Those advanced learners, they're going to make 95, 96, maybe 100% on the test, and they would have made 100% on the test if you'd only taken 2 weeks to teach it, but you spent 3 weeks. You'll have a scattering of A's, B's, and C's in that middle group, and then the struggling learners, they're going to make D's and F's. And again, as a teacher, you're faced with a difficult decision. You have students who have not mastered the material. Do you hold back the entire class, cover the material again, or go forward? And thus potholes are developed. And that is just the way traditional school is run. And we've done a really good job at our school of doing traditional school. And we fail to meet the needs of every student. I would also say we've been focusing on those struggling learners, but I would also say that the students over on that other end, they're getting very bored. And so as we sat around the table and talked about this problem, we were trying to figure out how can we really meet the needs of every single student? How can we smooth the road and meet those needs? And the only thing we could come up with, and you guys have heard the phrase, is we really do believe we have to personalize the learning for every single student. Take them from where they're at to where they need to be. So we have to treat each student as unique. How do you do that in a traditional setting? Now, as we were talking about that problem, we also identified one more problem, and I apologize that this is just going to be a bunch of numbers. Oh, and I am right in the way. There we go. Thank you. Technology department's good. Okay, so you can ignore all the numbers except those two that are in red if you would like. This slide is showing you the college dropout rate for Greenwood graduates. I didn't even know that ACT tracked this data. So ACT Corporation tracked this data. We got this data. We looked at it. And we were greatly disappointed when we saw that a third of our students drop out of college after their first year. 1/3. Now, after we sat around the table and blamed the universities for a while, because that was fun, we turned the mirror on ourselves and we said, well, what are we not doing? How could we better prepare our students for what they're going to face when they get to college? And so as we went through all of that and talked about it, we really decided there were three things that we had to do. We had to shift our mindset about what we thought of as education. We have to, first of all, help students take ownership of their education. That will help them when they get to college. We do believe in mastery learning. We want to end this pothole problem. And in order to do that, we had to let students determine their own pace. So if you can't do all of that in a traditional classroom setting, what do you do? Well, we're going to start next year the Bulldog Learning Academy that will address these issues. And I want to give you the basic framework of it, and then my partner, Christy Hesselin, will come up and give you some of the details. So here's the basic framework of the Bulldog Learning Academy, and it is a personalized learning academy for all of our students who choose to join in. First of all, the foundation is mastery of core content. This will end the pothole problem. The way we're going to do that is we're going to use a learning management system to personalize learning to make the students master the standards. That will free our teachers up to go and tutor individual students to help fill in those holes. And it will allow students to progress at their pace. And by the way, everything that I've told you so far, it's been fun, but this is where the waiver comes in. That line right there, students progress at their own pace, that's the only reason we're here requesting the waiver. We're also going to build on top of that collaborative activities. We don't want students just sitting at a computer clicking their way through a program and getting help from teachers when they need tutoring. We really do believe that students need to learn teamwork. So these are going to be teacher-curated activities that build upon the standards and expand past the standards to help our students grow and explore. And we've got one more level. We're going to have every student participate in a passion project. Now this passion project is going to be where we get the student ownership component, because it will be student designed, student driven. And I'll give you just one example. Let's say we've got a student who has never studied astronomy, but they love astronomy. Well, their passion project would be about astronomy. And if they want to build a telescope, we'll get the materials together to help them build the telescope. It will be their project, their design. They'll do a passion project each semester that they are in the Bulldog Learning Academy. So all of those components together, we think, will truly meet the needs of our students. Okay, so
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Christy Hesselin. I'm also an instructional facilitator at Greenwood Schools. And now that Mr. Bridges has given you a little bit of an overview of the Bulldog Learning Academy, I'd like to give you a little more of the specifics. We know that we've talked about a shift in mindset, and so that's going to make the roles of the student and the teacher look a little bit different. So the role of the student within the Bulldog Learning Academy will be that of mastering the core content. We know that it's important for students not to continue to create gaps in their learning and continue the perpetual pothole problem that we have. So we want students to be able to master the core content, and that will be done through the learning management system. We also believe that it's important for students to be 21st century learners and be able to participate as 21st century citizens in our world. So collaboration is key. Those will be activities that students will participate in when they finish a unit within the core content. And then again, the passion project that Mr. Bridges mentioned, that will be something that's student-led and student-driven, student-owned. So the role of the student really switches to that from being a student to being a learner. That is the heart of the Bulldog Learning Academy. Teachers' roles also will take a little bit of unlearning according to what they are traditionally accustomed to. Teachers will serve as tutors since they are no longer delivering the core content, standing up direct instruction or mini lessons. They will actually serve as interventionists in real time, able to help students with their needs right in the moment. They will also be the curator of those activities. They will develop them. Many of our teachers already are doing great activities in the classroom, and those will just transfer over on into the Bulldog Learning Academy. And then teachers will also serve as a project consultant for students while they are creating their passion project. They will be a consultant for the students, maybe get them in touch with somebody in the community that's an expert in, say, astronomy or whatever it is that they feel passionate about. So the heart of the role of the teacher will switch from an instructor to a true mentor. We believe that this model presents many benefits for our students. Flexible time definitely creates fewer potholes. Fewer potholes makes less frustration for students, and less frustration means that our students will be more successful. But again, the reason why we are coming to you today is that we cannot do any of this without a waiver. We do believe that it's important to measure the success. We do believe that this will be important or be successful. So we do have some quantitative measures in place that we plan to use. We will look at our ACT Aspire scores. We will look at attendance rate and also discipline referrals. Those are things that we can look at within the first year of this pilot program. Long term, we will look at things like ACT scores, our graduation rate, and then those college retention rates that Mr. Bridges pointed out earlier. Those are published every 4 years. Qualitative data will also be taken into consideration. We plan on surveying our students at the beginning of this process and also at the end, as well as our parents and teachers. We do have a timeline for development. We determined that we would use the LMS Edgenuity back in November. We presented to the freshman staff in December, so those teachers are on board. We have begun curating the activities. We presented to our school board in December. We will present to our parents and students at the end of this month, and then our training for our teachers will be ongoing within our embedded professional development days and then also this summer. We have a potential rollout that we'd like to share with you. Next year, we plan on just starting with a small group of 9th graders. That class is actually an anomaly for us. It's a little bit smaller than our other classes have been in the past, so that will end up being a real bonus for us at this time. I believe it's 268, somewhere around there. So a small class. The next year, we plan on scaling it to 10th grade. And then the following year, 2019-20, add grades 11, 7, 5, and 3rd grade. And then by 2021, it can be fully scaled grades 3 through 12 across our district. So we believe that the ultimate goal is if students take on the role as learners and teachers become mentors, that we will truly have students that graduate from Greenwood High School who possess the foundational knowledge, expertise, and habits necessary to succeed in college, in the workplace, and in life. Thank you.
Cody Chapman, principal of Greenwood Freshman Academy. These guys are getting really good at this presentation, as you can see, and they're going to be presenting it several times over the next month to 2 months. What I would like to say is that Mr. Cecil said this conversation started 6 months ago. I would say it went far. It's gone on for the last 2, 3, 4 years. As the principal of the Greenwood Junior High School then and the Freshman Center now, we have transitioned our 9th grade from that building into a new building this past year. In doing so at Greenwood Junior High, I was part of a large group of parents and students and teachers looking for a Schools of Innovation application several years ago. A lot of these types of issues were discussed in those meetings. Transitioning from Greenwood Junior High to the Freshman Center, we had the ability to sit down with all of our local stakeholders and say, what do we want this new building to be like? Several of the things that we're addressing with this new with this new program were discussed in those meetings as well. One of the things that kept reoccurring over and over and over again from parents and students was the ability to accelerate so that I could take more concurrent classes as I go into my 11th and 12th grade year, so that I am more prepared for college and I have more hours under my belt as I enter my college coursework. And so this is why we are here today. The department did help us last year. We wrote some waivers for 8th grade, allowing them to have an 8th grader to have credit in TDA, Visual Art Appreciation, PE, but not every 8th grader gets the opportunity to take advantage of that because we only have so many electives throughout the day. And if they're in band and choir, and a lot of our students who are highly motivated and accelerated and would benefit from that are in those programs and not receiving that high school credit in the 8th grade. This will allow the potential for those students, if they want to accelerate through a program so that they can take more concurrent classes as they enter the 11th and 12th grade. Okay. The second thing I would like to say is just a thank you, and that's to Ms. McLaughlin. She has been extremely valuable to us throughout this process. We've spent a lot of time on the phone together, a lot of emails back and forth between her and I and Mr. Cecil and her. And so you guys have a great asset in Ms. McLaughlin, and we appreciate you for everything you've done. All right. Thank you.
I'd like to add one more thing. This is just one option for our students. For some students, the traditional delivery method has been excellent. So this is just going to be one more offering in our current pathway system. And for some students, it might be for the science curriculum. For others, it might be math or history. Or for some, it might be for every core curricular area. So we're excited about this. And once again, the waiver request is for that group of students that might be able to accelerate through the curriculum.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. And under 20 minutes as well. So you very, very well practiced. No, but phenomenal presentation. Just confirming with the department that there's no opposition signed up for this. Thank you for confirming. And then with that now, we'll open up for questions and comments from the board. If I may just kick it off with one, just because we're also, even for ourselves, trying to understand as a district which waiver path you all choose and how you all get to do that. When I see this presentation, I think School of Innovation, right? There's nothing about this that isn't innovative. If I might respectfully inquire, why did you all choose this path of a 1240?
Part of that was timing. We tried to do our due diligence in trying to prepare our staff and our community and our students for this. So, and also it was just one waiver rather than a multitude of waivers. So.
Thank you. And then I know you all said you're going to be repeating this frequently in the months ahead, but it has already been shared with the community, so, okay.
We
And
did present
teachers and their-
yes,
okay.
we did present at the public school board meeting and also to the entire freshman center staff. Yes, been advertised in the paper, yes.
Perfect, thank you for confirming. Now I'll open up to my colleagues, questions and comments. Dr. Barr.
Just a quick question. I know it's a pretty limited waiver request here. What is the intersection of your proposal and the ongoing gifted and talented programming in the district? Because I assume that there's probably an overlap with some of these students who are really moving ahead and the GT program.
A lot of our students currently that are in the gifted and talented program are going to be geared towards that AP track. And so I think this gives those students another alternative for more project-based learning and that sort of thing. And you're more than welcome if anybody else has any.
I would say that those are the students that we are trying to accommodate here, and those parents. Those parents are highly involved. Those students are very motivated. A lot of them know exactly what they want to do as a future college or career choice, and this will allow them to accelerate through curriculum, and they are the ones that we are trying to allow to take those AP courses, those more concurrent college-ready courses, so that they can get those hours under their belt by the time that they enter into college.
One of my running buddies is a parent in the district, and so we talk about this all the time. And he has a child who is in the gifted and talented program at the 8th grade level. And so she's going to be one of those students who has to make the decision, do I join the Bulldog Learning Academy or do I take traditional classes? Because we'll have both options. And he talked to her about that, and she told him that she wasn't interested in this unless she got to go through the classes faster. That was just her reaction immediately. For us, it's not as much about acceleration as it is about the chance for students to go deeper and learn more. But for the students, that really is an incentive to get to go faster.
Then Ms. Zook.
Are you all familiar with a book called The 1 Minute Teacher? Okay, it's old, but it's still applicable, and I can see a great deal of value here because it teaches students how to do this design-driven and ownership, and then in turn it helps the teacher be able to teach that to the student, but also learn it themselves. And it might help, like the student he was talking about, make a decision about whether she wanted to do this or not. So if you can find that in print, if not, I'm happy to loan you a copy that I have. But it's called The 1 Minute Teacher, back when, the 1 Minute Manager and Highly Effective and all of those things were coming out. But it's a terrific tool to use in helping students learn how to set the goal and then stop along the way to see if their behavior is matching their goals. And I think it would really help. It may just reinforce what you're already doing, but that's always good too.
Thank you, Ms. Zook. Yes, Ms. Abels.
Sorry if I missed this in your presentation. I love innovation, and I love that you all are thinking out of the box for your kids. How is the school day going to look different? Is the bell schedule going to be different?
It will look exactly the same.
Okay.
And that's the exciting thing about this model that we've tried to design. Is a lot of the other things you have to change your school schedule. And I think this, just being another choice, will open things up for our students, especially those that are involved in extracurricular. Or we also participate with the Western Arkansas Technical Center for concurrent credit programs. So this just dovetails in nicely with what we're already doing.
So if I'm in math and I'm one of those students who is finished with my work and I've mastered the concept, what am I going to do that's different during the rest of that period? Am I going to be doing this Genius Hour project during that during that period? Or is that going to be a separate class?
Well, and that's part of the request for the waiver is
Okay.
obviously the passion project will drive that home.
Right.
But on top of that, that's the request for the waiver is so those students can maybe accelerate to the next
So they will,
course in their pathway.
they will stay in that class and work on their project?
Yes.
So it's not going to be, they're done, they go to a passion project classroom?
No, we'll be in
Okay.
the classroom.
And what kind of PD are you going to be providing for your teachers? Because traditional teaching is what teachers know. And when you ask them to change, and that's a lot of change, teachers want to change, but they need to be prepared to change. So I know you mentioned you're going to do a lot of PD over the summer, and coming up with these activities, are they going to be allowed compensation to come up with these activities over the summer? And what kind of PD are y'all going to be doing?
That was part of the reason for the request for this waiver rather than School of Innovation, because we were continuing to try to develop this. So time was of an essence to us for that very reason. And yes, we fully intend on providing our teachers plenty of time. As a matter of fact, that's our hope to get this moving today so we can go ahead and get trainers in from Edgenuity and start scheduling professional development.
Yes, as well. One thing Edgenuity has allowed us to do, and our teachers are extremely excited about this, but how many teachers that we're going to need is something that we're going to find out in the near future, because that will depend on student numbers. But one thing Edgenuity has allowed us to do is they have given us some mock logins, allowing those teachers to get on Edgenuity right now, and so that they can take notes. Is there anything that they would like to insert and where? And then once we have those numbers, we'll be buying those contracts for our teachers, allowing them to then go in and edit that Edgenuity program throughout the year. And and Mr. Bridges and Ms. Heslin will be providing several days of PD over the summer. And if those teachers need additional days upon that to enter and edit or do other things within the program, we are willing to pay them their daily rate of pay in order to do so.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the board? Questions or comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. And if I'm understanding correctly, the only waiver you all are seeking is unit of credits and clock hours for unit of credit. So we just have one item to consider for this. Dr. Hill, I think I saw you grab your, no, we'll let Ms. Zook, do you have a motion?
I do.
You may proceed.
We grant the 1240 waiver to Greenwood enthusiastically.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I think I heard Miss. That's actually I was just about to check on that. Is there the same enthusiasm? No. So motion made by Ms. Zook, and I'm sorry, I heard Ms. Chambers first, even though I guess the enthusiasm was seconded by Mr. Williamson. But all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Best of luck. We look forward to hearing about you all's results with this. Thank you for putting so much energy and effort. Thank you. Safe travels back to Greenwood. Thank you. Moving on to action agenda item A5, the State Board review of the PLSB evidentiary hearing findings and recommendations for Ms. Degny. And if we have from the department, Ms. Harris-Ritter, you are recognized.
Thank you very much. I just want to address the agenda item. There are a couple of clerical errors in it, which may be my fault, and I apologize for that. But it states under the recommendation that following an evidentiary hearing that should read on August 12, 2016, the Professional Licensure Standards Board evidentiary hearing panel recommended that the State Board suspend Ms. Denny's license for 3 years and assess a $100 fine. That's the correct information. Educator Denny has requested oral argument before you on PLSB case number 16076. She will address you first in this case, and she will have 10 minutes to do so. When she has finished her allotted time, I will then present the PLSB argument, and I will also have 10 minutes. No new evidence is to be presented at this juncture. The evidentiary hearing panel has made its determination and recommendation to you based on the evidence put before it by the parties. Educator Denny was represented by counsel through the evidentiary hearing process, and at this time, I will turn the microphone over to her.
Thank you so much. And I'm assuming we need to.
No, it's required.
I respectfully asking Ms. Belinda to go ahead, and then I'll go ahead after.
I'm sorry. The procedure under our rules is that the educator goes first. The person bringing the situation forward in any type of situation like this is the first speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Harris-Ritter, and I hope that doesn't pose too much of an inconvenience, Ms. Degny, but we will have you proceed, and I do believe I need to swear you in, and please obviously take a few moments if you need to get your computer set up there. And yeah, that's what I was going to say, and we will swear you in. But if you'd like to approach the mic, and I realize you have a few things in your hands there, but if you could kindly raise your right hand as you're able to, thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed with your 10 minutes.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear before you today, Thursday, February 9, 2017. I wanted to let you know that I never violated any standard at all. I wanted you to know that this case should not have been about me, since I have been stating from the beginning, since March 13, 2015, over and over. There are lots of names that this case should have been against instead of mine. Under Standard 2 of the Code of Ethics for the professional educator is obligated to, quote, implement best practices and maintain competence in skills and knowledge. In fact, Ms. Walker Richardson, Ms. Carla Harris, Dr. Boone, did not implement best practices and did not maintain competencies in skill and knowledge because the first thing, during testing, they all created a scene for the students to stop testing and observe by yelling at Educator Dennis as they all entered the testing room. Mr. Walker Richardson, with her 20-plus years of experience in testing and signing security agreement, selected a substitute to administer the test in room J11 across the hall from J6 where I was. The substitute was replacing Miss Crutchfield, who was on maternity leave at that time. The substitute brought to my attention that he could not find the math schedule in his basket. And I replied to him that I will look in my basket to see if I have it. So I looked in my basket and could not find the math schedule as well. And the math was the first test that was administered that day on March 13, 2015. He only found the English schedule. And later on, they brought us the math schedule. Ms. Walker Richardson, with her 20-plus years in testing and signing security agreement, walked a student in my testing room late after I had already been further into instructions. The student had already wrote their name on every single scratch paper that they had. So I had to start over to help the student get caught up. Ms. Walker Richardson knew she shouldn't have done it, and she has 20-plus years experience in teaching and signing security agreement. Ms. Walker Richardson, with her 20-plus years experience in testing, violated Standard 6 by abandoning secured standardized test material all over. One example that Ms. Walker Richardson did not account for the pile of scratch papers that was abandoned by Ms. Carla Harris, who replaced me in J6 to finish administering the test. Those scratch papers had every single student's name and every single problem they were solving on it, basically all the booklets. I told the PLSB investigator, Ms. Tara Moimea, about it, and she did not care and told me I was the target. It is still in her tape recording. Ms. Walker Richardson, with her 20-plus years experience in testing and signing security agreement, did not provide any proctor to help. In fact, the day before, which was Thursday, March 12, 2015, I asked the math coach about the relocation list since I did not see it when she came to address the student. And the math coach said she didn't know and she was going to find out. When she walked out about 5 minutes later, Ms. Walker Richardson walked in and asked me, "Did you say you didn't know about the testing tomorrow?" I said, "I didn't see the email." She said, "Open your computer." I opened the computer and she looked through the email and said, "Oh, this email, this is it." And the email says, "I need your assistance administering the test." That was one sentence email. And I asked her, but I read this email, but it doesn't have, it's not structured the way it's usually structured. Where are the proctor? Where are the lists for the relocation for the teachers? I asked her several questions about it. And she said, "You're on your own. There's no proctor." Ms. Walker Richardson, with her 20-plus years experience testing and signing security agreement, came and instructed me after around 9:20 or something like that. And this is what she stated: "Any student who finishes the first 10 questions of the non-calculator section need to have the calculator to continue. And I asked her, but the non-calculator section is 1 hour. In less than 5 minutes, I already had a student who had already done. And we were instructed to wait until all the non-calculator section, the 1 hour non-calculator section, need to finish before we start giving a calculator for the student to start the next section. She said just give him, anyone who finished the non-calculator section, those 10 questions, just give them a calculator section so that they can continue. And I asked her again, look, how can I monitor? The classroom is about 964, about 1,000 square feet. And I had about 20 students. It was 22, was supposed to have 22, we have 2 absent. I asked her, how can I monitor a student who is sitting way over there and I'm over here, and monitor the student that is flipping to the non-calculator section with the calculator in their hands? She stated, it is a trusted system, just give them a calculator and we're gonna trust that they're not gonna flip back. And I was by myself for the entire time. Ms. Walker Richardson, with her 20+ years of experience in testing and signing security agreement, could not be located for a while when I called the office because the student that she brought to me late did not want to write her name on her scratch papers. I was trying to help the student that she brought in late to get caught up. But when I got to the part that I said, now just write your name, baby, just write your name on the scratch paper so we can go ahead and move on with the whole class. She didn't want to. I called the office and they couldn't locate her, and they told me, I was told, they said, the receptionist said, put that student on the phone. And I called the student to come on the phone. The office wanted to talk to her, and she wouldn't come. And I said to the receptionist that she doesn't want to come on the phone. And she said, well, we're going to try to locate somebody and send her over there. So finally, Ms. Walker Richardson came in and she addressed the student, and she gave me, I gave her two scratch of paper. She gave me one, and she said, you keep this one. She's going to, when she need extra, I will give it to her. Ms. Carla Harris, with her 21 years of experience in testing and signing security agreements, violated Standard 6 by abandoning secure standardized test material, the entire pile of scratch papers with the student names and every single question that they were solving from the test booklet. All of it were abandoned in the classroom. I took the pile of those piles and I returned it back to the Miss Walker Richardson. Ms. Danielle Cummings, who is the Little Rock School District Director of Testing for more than probably 10 years, violated Standard 2 and 6. She stated during her investigation that it was reported to her that Ms. Carla Harris has abandoned secure standardized test material and that she was going to investigate that as well. She not only never investigated the other educators, but she provided false testimony by saying she did not investigate me. It was just a talk. It is on the tape recording. When I have all the evidence, and the PLSB has those evidence as well. Ms. Cummings even stated that where she wrote in the email, she stated that the secure investigation cannot be located because her office was burning fire.
Ms. Degnay, I'm sorry, but you have reached your 10 minutes. I apologize. If you could just quickly wrap up, I would appreciate it. And then we do need to let the PLSB have their 10 minutes as well. Thank you so much.
I am respectfully asking the State Board of Education not to take any decision different than what the Little Rock School District has taken 2 years ago about all the educators that were involved. In fact, none of the educators who committed those violations were punished. I was even asked to administer. I've been administering the test, ACT expired test since then. That shows that I am an ethical educator, and I'm also respectfully asking the State Board of Education for compensation for all the damages that was caused to me by the PLSB since 2010, because I have more things that I was going to add on, but since I was cut by the time, I appreciate your attention, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bailey. And we may be able to elaborate in the questions piece, but we do need to give the PLSB their 10 minutes as well.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Ritter, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Ms. Davis, are any of you sworn? I'm not giving testimony. Okay, good. Just checking. Educator Denny has admitted she copied information from a test booklet while she was administering the Park assessment on March 13th, 2015. This admission can be found in the transcript of the evidentiary hearing at page 115. She has admitted that when caught copying the problems and answers from the test booklet, she tried to hide or destroy the evidence. This is in the transcript at page 121. While she has admitted her actions, she refuses to accept responsibility or sanction for violating the Code of Ethics. She has stated various excuses for her behavior that are inconsistent. She has offered as excuses that she was not trained in administering the assessment, yet admitted in the hearing that she has had assessment training once a year for 11 years. She has had the training 11 times. That's in the transcript at page 131. She has stated she does not understand English well enough to understand the training, but she came here from Cameroon in 2000 and graduated from the UCA Honors College with a bachelor's degree in computer science and mathematics in 2004. The classes she took were taught in English. She also has a master's degree from UCA in mathematics and computer science. She became a national board certified teacher in 2013, and she has been teaching in the Little Rock School District at McClellan High School for 11 or 12 years. She testified that in 2015, she was late to the training and did not hear all of the instruction. Documents presented at the hearing show that she signed in on time and stayed for the entire training. She testified she was tired and just sat down to rest and was just bored, so she copied the questions and answers from the test booklet. But if that were true, if any of these excuses were true, then why did she try to destroy the evidence? When confronted by the testing coordinator and asked to turn over the papers, she refused. She tried to destroy the evidence by eating it, by stuffing papers in her mouth and chewing them. There was too much paper to chew up and swallow, so she took the papers out of her mouth and also tried to hide the papers in the front of her pants. This happened while students were present, and this is in the transcript at page 121. She was asked in the hearing why she tried to eat the papers, why she refused to hand them over. She was asked, "What was your thought process?" And she testified she wasn't thinking, that she was scared and that she panicked, and that she did not know what she was thinking. This is in the transcript at page 134. Her admissions and all those excuses are in the transcript of the evidentiary hearing. She also offers as an excuse the fact that she was not disciplined by the school, in essence saying that if the school did not find enough fault in her actions to sanction her, then this board should not either. Her principal testified that he thought her contract should be terminated. While it's in the school's place to address employment, it is the board's place, your responsibility, to address any code of ethics violations. The PLSB investigates allegations and makes recommendations. In this case, the PLSB recommended that educator Denny's license be suspended for 3 years and that she pay a fine of $100. This recommendation is based on educator Denny's conduct. The panel saw the conduct as a very clear violation of the Code of Ethics, based on the facts that she tried to eat the papers when asked for them and then tried to hide them in the front of her pants, that all testing material emphasizes you cannot look at the questions. And this was not the first time that she had administered tests. The panel did not find her excuses credible. The standards of the Code of Ethics at issue in this case are Standards 2 and 6. Standard 2 states that an educator maintains competence regarding his or her professional practice, inclusive of skills, knowledge, dispositions, and responsibilities relating to his or her organizational position. Standard 6 states that an educator keeps in confidence secure standardized test materials and results and maintains integrity regarding test administration procedures. Appendix C of the rules governing the Code of Ethics contains the explanation and guidelines to clarify the intent of the Code of Ethics. In the portion related to Standard 6, it states, the State Board may take direct action to revoke, suspend, or place on probation the license of an educator whose conduct violates this section without the filing of an ethics complaint. This makes it even more irrelevant whether the school sanctioned educator Denny or not. The board could revoke her license for her action in copying the test booklet questions and answers and refusing to turn them over when caught without anyone at the school ever filing a complaint. It is your job to look at what she did and determine the appropriate sanction for such behavior. You have the panel recommendation, and any evidence that was not before the evidentiary hearing panel is not relevant. You are looking at educator Denny's admitted actions on March 13th, 2015, and whether or not those actions violated Standard 2 and Standard 6 of the Code of Ethics. You are to determine the appropriate sanction. She has admitted her actions that day. The PLSB recommendation is that you hold her accountable and at a minimum you suspend her license for 3 years and fine her $100. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Haresberger. So with that, I now open it up to questions from the board. Excuse me? Apologies. No, thank you. Thank you so much. So with that, now I open up for questions or comments from the board. I'm trying to interpret. I would also welcome a motion. I don't know if the board is in a position like myself having a hard time sorting through some of this. I don't know if there's any clarifying questions that.
I have a question for the teacher. In your presentation, which was very well articulated, you didn't address the specific things and the specific allegations toward you, but you talked about the circumstance surrounding the testing day. So my question is, was there a reason in your presentation that you chose not to address the specific allegation that's been levied toward you?
That's what I was doing, and then you say the time was up, and I can go ahead and finish it and continue.
Briefly.
Yes, ma'am. The allegations were false. It was based on false testimony. I never said anything about the English, or the training was about 16 minutes. That's typical what the training was. But I never say that I never said the allegation is all false.
Okay, so you did not copy.
Oh, I wrote the questions. I didn't say that, not that part. I wrote the questions.
Okay.
But everything else is false.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And
If I could elaborate on that question, though. So the accusation, though, of tearing up the question and then trying to destroy evidence?
no, that's false. I did not try to destroy any evidence, ma'am. Never.
And then, so then from your account, what exactly happened then if it wasn't?
The other educator came in, disrupted the testing environment. And I respectfully asked them to, let's step in the hallway and deal with this in a professional manner. So that's when we went to the in the hallway, the other educator was violent and tried to snatch the one piece of paper.
Additional questions from the board?
I even called the PLSB on March 16, 2015. That was the Monday because the incident, the test happened on Friday, then on Monday, March 16, I called the PLSB myself to explain to them what had happened. And I was told by the PLSB person in the Department of Testing that there is no way one educator will administer the test to such a large group of kids and be able to do it by himself for more than 3.5 hours. There is no way. There was no help, no proctor, no nothing. And I was instructed to write down everything that happened and that the Little Rock School District would take care of it. So I wrote down what happened, and the Little Rock School District issued me a letter for what they have done. I have that letter. The PLSB have that letter. And also during the investigation, Ms. Tara Murmea, who was the PLSB investigator, when I told her about what had happened, it wasn't any concern. She wasn't even caring about what I was saying. And she said, I'm the target.
Thank you, Ms. Degnay. I do want to see if my other colleagues, well, and actually, I think for protocol, it's whether my colleagues have questions here, trying to clarify their positions in regards to this. Additional questions? Yes, Dr. Barth.
This is from Ms. Harris-Ritter. Were there any other charges brought against other employees?
No, nothing.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were addressing to me. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Degnay. Yes, Ms. Harris-Ritter.
There were no other charges brought against anyone else because no one else was involved in copying the questions and answers out of the test booklet that was discovered by people who came into the classroom while she was administering the test. So she has admitted this in her deposition, hearing transcript.
Additional questions, Dr. Barth?
I'm fine right now.
Okay. Additional questions from the board? Yes, Dr. Hill.
So in the transcript, are you saying that you didn't say that, what the transcript is saying that you said?
No, ma'am. No, sir. There were other educators involved, and I have all the evidence and the exhibit. I have submitted all of it. There was a lot of educators involved, sir, I do swear.
Yes. Yes, Ms. Harris-Ritter, yes.
There were no other ethics complaints filed against the other educators. Only against Ms. Denny.
Sorry. Well, I think it's if Dr. Hill would like you to elaborate, because.
Yes, could you please step up? I'm just trying to say, so when they did the inquiry, she admitted to that she did it. correct? That's what you're saying?
She admitted it, yes.
And so you have that documentation in the paper and everything that you were saying? I mean...
Yes, it's in the exhibits that were part of what we supplied to y'all.
Correct.
And then the exhibits, if I may ask, the exhibits that she's referencing, were those also part of what you all considered?
The papers were there.
Okay.
Okay. And there was testimony from the people to whom she referred and from the principal, Mr. Anderson, who was at McClellan at the time.
Thank you. Additional questions from the board? I see a lot of shaking heads, and I think it's, I think this is, and for your purposes, Ms. Degnay, it's, one, many times when these come before us, it's only in rare cases does the defendant come forth, one. And then secondly, in this case, there's such conflicting, it feels like a he said, she said, and so it just, I think, puts us all in maybe a little bit more complex situation than we've had in other instances. And I think if you're hearing silence, it's not for lack of consideration to your case, but more how to approach this. But maybe some of my other colleagues maybe, and they're in the end the ones that will make an motion. If someone's ready with a motion, we'll entertain it. Otherwise, I would.
I apologize. Could I
Yes.
insert something? Just a procedural clarification on the legal aspects of the decision. It's not a he said, she said. The evidentiary hearing panel based the decision on a preponderance of the evidence.
Based on the evidence, I move to accept the recommendations of the PSLB.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Dean, seconded by Mr. Williamson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. The decision of the PLSB.
I'm sorry, but somebody want to make a statement on the paper to talk.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I thought I have and I apologize. I thought it was you, Ms. Degnay. I didn't realize
That's
that
okay, yeah.
there was someone. So, no, it is this one. It's A5. So I think it's probably her husband. It's asked. And then I apologize there because I had
She just needed she did what they accused her of.
And then I guess what I would require now is from our attorneys, if there is, and I apologize, to explain my confusion. The name I have down here is Anik Degnay, and then that being the defendant, I didn't realize. What's your name, sir?
My name is Danny Ezekiel.
I don't think we have you on the list. Ezekiel's your last name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No, the first name. Sorry.
Ezekiel.
I'm an ESL guy. My English is not good. I will try to make myself understood.
Thank you, sir. At this point, I'm going to need some guidance from our attorneys because I do have Ms. Degnay's name down on the list, but okay, instead, so that you had wanted to reference it as the item versus the individual. Okay, then I'll have to ask my attorneys here what we can do. It could be approached as public comment, and we just let you offer statements, but I don't think we can retract here. So Ms. Freno, if you could, or Ms. Davis, guide us on, they're discussing. Thank you. Apologies. And I apologize, just to let you know, we have been attentive to the public comment. It's just the name put down here is Anik Degnay, which was the defendant. I did not realize that there was an intention with somebody within your case to speak. So I apologize for that. And knowing that, is there an option here for?
And I don't know if this is the case, but we suspect that perhaps maybe he signed in on the visitor log and didn't actually get on the public comment sign-in sheet, or didn't know that there was two separate, thinking that they might have been one. I think that's kind of maybe what we think may have happened, but we don't know yet. And I think it would be kind of up to the board, to take that as a public comment. If so, I would probably vote like you would any other time to accept or to go ahead and hear a public comment. It would take a 2/3 vote. And then if so, then he would get 3-minute opportunity for you to have a public comment, or for him to make that comment 3 minutes. But that would be up to a 2/3 vote to go ahead and accept it. I don't know, I mean, if he did sign it on the visitor log or if that's what happened, but it's kind of whether or not the board chooses to hear this.
And so,
May I just make a comment with Jennifer? 2 lawyers for the price of 1. And also, in accordance with the PLSB rules, just for
Yes.
clarity, there is no testimony.
Okay.
I mean, this would be a public comment consistent with the State Board of Education, and Jennifer said that, but the State Board of Education rules. There cannot be any testimony in the PLSB case at this point.
so we didn't deny her due process of having somebody else offer testimony. Thank you
That
for
is-
clarifying. That was going to
that
be
is
my next
correct.
question. I just wanted to make sure we didn't deny due process. But we could, if the board by its majority decided to allow public comment tied to this.
That is correct.
Okay. So then, and I hope that that's clear with what's being discussed here. You wouldn't have had, Ms. Degne, the option of having somebody else offer testimony besides yourself in this hearing. And so what we can do, though, so the vote stands, the decision that we made stands as a board, and that means the PLSB's decision stands. What we can offer, if you would still like us to do so, is take a vote on whether to hear the public comment of your guest. Yes. Well, we need to vote, but you would like us to consider that, I guess, is where that his statement might be heard. By the confusion there, I'll just go ahead and ask the board. What is the pleasure of the board? Is there a motion to hear this public comment?
Comment. Second.
Okay. Motion made by Ms. Newton, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Please note the no of Mr. Williamson, but motion carries. And so with that, your guest may proceed. We'll need his full name for the record, and he will have 3 minutes. He'll have 3 minutes to offer a public comment. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And again, you'll have 3 minutes. And if you could state your full name for the record, please.
My full name is Ezekiel Denny, and thank you to give me the opportunity to talk about this case. So, when you give someone something to do, you give him the material he needs to do that. We are talking about testing violation, what he did never deny, because she says on the Monday she called, and we can check it. We are talking about violation. The setting, she was by herself 3 hours. You are an educator here, 3 hours by herself, 20 students. And they jump in and they say, oh, you violate. Did the one who filed the complaint, did that guy check out that the setting is, whatever is there is set to administer the test? No. I want someone to tell me, yes, this is how we test, we give the test to the students. 20 people, one teacher to test, to do the test, 3 hours. I'm sorry. We are human beings. If something is bad, we have to say it's bad. I'm not talking about favor. As is stated in the United States anthem, we are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. What is the justice here? When the setting, the test coordinator don't set the environment so that the test will go on. What is it? The one who wrote the violation, just try to find it. Everyone at the school level, at the district level, at the PLSB level, everyone knows that. I won't go over that. I respectfully ask you to take the right decision, and everyone who is involved in this case should be punished or free. Respectfully, I ask that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And again, Ms. Agnan, as I shared before, the board has taken a vote, and so this was seen as public comment to this, but the decision stands as the board has it. I'm afraid there's not a process by which additional testimony could be offered, and this was as public comment to what has happened. But the PLSB decision stands. And if you have questions around that, Ms. Harris-Ritter can speak to that.
Even the educator that opened the test booklet and wrote the question was busy solving the problem, she won't get nothing. They won't get nothing. All those educators who violated the code of ethics, they won't get nothing.
I'm afraid.
Is that she can file a complaint? The decision is it for all the educators or just one educator?
Well, we appreciate your perspective, Ms. Degnay. From what we can discern, no other complaint from what the department has shared. No other complaint was filed, and so I would just ask that you speak with the PLSB and Ms. Our attorney here, Ms. Harris-Ritter, afterward about the process. I don't know if there's a statute of limitations by which somebody else could file a complaint to the other educators, but there were no other active complaints at this time. So I would just kindly ask somebody from the department to explain if you felt that there were other individuals involved and there weren't complaints filed, how or if that is an option. But the case we're here to hear was yours. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
The complaint was not filed for the other educator because I have been honest, and the educator, Mr. Anderson, waited more than a year, almost a year, to file the complaint because I didn't feel morally comfortable to falsify the student record. That's why he went on all the teachers who violated and picked
So sorry,
me
Ms.
to
Degnay.
do that.
I'm so sorry around your feelings around this, and I again hope maybe somebody from the department can explain the process to you. And apologize, but we do need to move on to our next item, and that would be action item A6, consideration of the waiver request for teaching license. Mr. Rogers, once again, Ms. Harris-Ritter, you're recognized.
Your case is finished. Okay. All right. I'm here on action item 6, which is consideration of a waiver request for teaching license for Richard Raymond Rogers. Mr. Rogers is a licensed educator who applied for renewal of his license. On January 3rd, 2017, the department notified Mr. Rogers that he is disqualified from holding a teaching license under Arkansas Code Annotated Section 617-410. Mr. Rogers requested a waiver of the disqualification from the state board. He is represented by Mr. Greg Allagood of the Mitchell Blackstock firm, and Mr. Allagood will give a presentation.
Wonderful. And as an attorney, you do not need to be sworn in, but Mr. Rogers, if you'll be speaking, I do need to swear you in. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your side may proceed with your 10 minutes.
Thank you. It won't take 10 minutes. In light of the fact that the department is recommending that the board grant this waiver, I'm going to keep my remarks very brief, but yet still tell you what it is that you need to know. Coach Rogers has been a teacher and employed with the Pulaski County School District since 1987. And in 1992, an allegation was made to the Department of Human Services that he left a small bruise when he paddled a student pursuant to the district's then, in effect, corporal punishment. And DHS made a true finding. The only thing is they never notified him of the fact that they made a true finding. And so he was never given an opportunity to appeal that. And so he's actually had his teaching license renewed 4 times successfully since 1992, and then the 5th time just recently when he went to get his license renewed, he was advised, well, did you know that your name was placed on the child maltreatment registry in 1993? No, I did not know that. And So what you have in front of you, the last page, really, if you'll take a moment, it's a heartfelt letter from a former student that just gives you an idea of how Coach has affected some folks' lives. Items 3 through 7 are character reference letters from some of his colleagues. And item number 2 is a letter from a personal friend of his, a gentleman by the name of Jeremy Lassiter, who used to be Chief Counsel for the Arkansas Department of Education and is now HR at Bryant School District. And Mr. Lassiter points your attention to the factors that the board can take into consideration in granting a waiver from the requirement that a teacher otherwise would have their license revoked. And most importantly, item number 1 there is a letter from Dr. Guess telling you that Coach Rogers has been continuously employed by the district since '87. They support his request for a waiver. They'd like to have him back to work tomorrow. He's been on unpaid suspension before we had an opportunity to get before you so that we could request this waiver. Now, you're all no doubt aware that under that statute that sets out the litany of offenses that if a person is committed, you're not supposed to get a license in the first place, or if you've already got one, the state board is supposed to revoke it. And included among that is if your name is on the child maltreatment registry. But then that same statute goes on and lists the factors that the board ought to take into consideration in considering a waiver from the requirement that the teacher's license would otherwise be revoked. And it's like the circumstances surrounding the incident, the length of time since the incident, subsequent work history, employment references, character references, and any other evidence demonstrating that the applicant does not pose a threat to the health or safety of the school children or other school personnel. I would respectfully represent to you that Coach Rogers is the very embodiment of the factors that are set out in the statute that you're to take into consideration in granting a waiver. So with that, I'll just ask you, do you have any questions for me? Do you have any questions for Coach Rogers?
Thank you. Well, and actually, if to follow procedure, I would now give Ms. Harrisford, is that correct? You would take your 10 minutes, and then we'll post questions or comments from the board.
Thank you.
But thank you, and you were correct to use much less than 10 minutes, so.
And I will use much less than that. We support and recommend that this waiver be approved.
Okay, thank you. So with that, now I'll entertain any questions or comments from the board.
For the educator or his attorney, have you all made an effort at DHS to get your name removed from the true finding list?
We have requested a hearing before one of the administrative law judges at the Department of Human Services, and that is scheduled for March the 8th. You know, you've got the authority to give him a waiver so he can continue teaching. We still want to go one step further and get his name off the registry to begin
Yes, you do.
at all, and that'll be addressed here in Little Rock on March the 8th.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Barth.
I've just got a question. We've had cases like this in the past, and I'm just befuddled why people would not know that their name was on the registry or not.
Well, the investigative file from
It was actually from Ms. Reinhardt, or it was from the PLSB side, yeah. It was actually just a broad question about how we could reach this point. And so it's not specific to this case. I'm just really intrigued how we could get to this point.
Cheryl Reinhardt for the Department of Education. I have seen over the past, about 4 years since I've been here, a number of cases where individuals were not notified of having been placed on the Child Maltreatment Central Registry, and in fact, I know of one where I saw the documentation that said they were unsubstantiated and their name would not be placed on the registry, and yet it was, without notice to them. So I know that this happens. I don't know why. It's something that happens at the Department of Human Services, which I'm pretty sure they've corrected that as far as notification and due process goes. But there was a period of time, I think, when there were some issues with that. So I have seen it a number of times.
And it seems to be from cases from a particular period of time?
Yes, it does, from a
Okay,
particular
thank you very
period.
much.
Thank you for that, Dr. Barth. Additional questions or comments? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion from the board.
I move to approve the waiver.
Motion made by Ms. Chambers. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Williamson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. May we be excused?
Yes, of course, you may be excused. And actually, I think we'll go ahead and we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene a couple minutes after 3. Thank you. And then these are for this next session, correct, Stuckar? Yes. I guess as we get started. They also,
You're welcome.
Well, giving a path forward, sometimes in this, it's just even, the being able to come up with a motion, like you're saying, All right. This next section here. So it's just automatically. So that's what the department recommended. They said this is something we can do here, that it's too late. And anyone can be there, and anyone can be there, and I can be there. I think that was I'll do it. So, this department
Our picture in the morning, we're going to do a cheer lab for Arkansas teachers picture.
Well, and there'll be,
I got no name to step in front of it.
Well, and this is just a nominating committee, so it's just making sure y'all know.
Oh, look at his face.
But they thought.
I heard you on the radio the other day. I said, Timmy. I said, that's my friend.
That's what they didn't want to do, was to not nominate myself to the nomination. Is that what it looks good to be a protein.
But if they told you that, then
They thought that would be, well, we'll have it for discussion. But I'm going to start off with that, and we'll see what the board discussion goes from there.
so we can't suspend that rule.
No, we have to change the rules, and
Even though at the end of June,
that would be
it will be
another
2
board,
years.
that would be another board meeting, and then we would miss our deadline to
okay.
have a nominating committee in place by March 1st.
Okay. Maybe we could call Kim Davis back.
No, but and I think there'll be bigger discussions. All right. If I could kindly call our commissioner up here. There you go. Thank you again, everybody. As we reconvene for the last section of our action agenda this afternoon, proceeding on to action agenda B1, petition for alteration of education service cooperative boundaries. Ms. Freno, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lori Freno, Department of Education. The Stuttgart School District has asked that this board change the boundaries of the Arkansas River and Wilbur Mills co-ops so that Stuttgart can leave the Arkansas River co-op and join the Wilbur Mills co-op. There are no formal hearing procedures for co-op boundary changes. However, we have a set that we generally use here when there are no formal procedures. All persons with the exception of attorneys will be sworn in. Each side will be given 20 minutes to present their information, with Stuttgart going first. And of course, the board can always give someone more time if it deems necessary. The board may ask questions to any party or any ADE personnel at any time. The board will then vote. And at this time, if it would please the board, I would ask just to make a few introductory remarks about this.
course. And if I could just, for the purpose of the process again, at 20 minutes each side. Is that what you said, Ms.
Yes,
Reno?
that is
Thank
true
you.
with Stuttgart going first.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Reno,
You
may proceed.
received copies of the applicable law and rules. Arkansas Code 6-13-1005 governs the state board changing boundaries of educational cooperatives. The state board may change boundaries consistent with the provisions of 6-13-1003 when the board determines that such alteration to be in the best interests of the school districts in the educational service cooperative involved. So there's that best interest standard. Now we have to turn back to 6-13-1003. A reasonable interpretation of that statute, which isn't perfectly clear, is that subsections A and B relate to the initial establishment of the educational service cooperatives, which happened back in 1985. Section C specifically refers to what this board should do and consider when it's adjusting boundaries. If you look to subsection C, one component reads, no more than 4 co-ops may contain fewer than 20,000 students. And just for your information, and of course both the superintendent and the head of the co-op may speak to this, at present there are 7 co-ops in the state with less than 20,000 students in them. Removal of the Stuttgart School District would make that 8 co-ops being existing in the state with less than 20,000. Arkansas River currently is at approximately 20,323 students. Stuttgart has about 1,500 students, so that would take Arkansas River below the 20,000. And if it's the board's pleasure at this point, I'd like to turn over the floor to Superintendent Nathan Gills.
Thank you. And I do have to swear in, correct, anyone that's offering testimony. So anyone planning to offer testimony in this matter that's not an attorney, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. You may proceed.
Thank you. First, let me say I've been a superintendent 16 years, and it has been my goal to not receive a summons to appear before the State Board of Education. I have succeeded so far, and now I'm appealing to the State Board for consideration. So here I am today. I'm not here to throw anyone under the bus. I'm here in the best interest of Stuttgart School District, our students, faculty, and staff. We have been a member of the Arkansas River Co-op since its starting back in the 1980s, in that era. But we feel like we would be much better off in a larger co-op where our needs can better be met. We attend training seminars now where we are the only school present to attend a seminar at the co-op. We have a board meeting. We have to wait a majority of the time to get a majority of directors there, the superintendents, to even have a quorum to conduct a meeting. We have other things, and like I said, I don't want to get into throwing anybody under the bus. We just feel like it would be more opportunity for us to collaborate and share ideas and strategies with people who are our peers. I've learned more in my educational career, including being a superintendent, when I have the opportunity to sit down and collaborate with my peers, learn from them. And we don't have that opportunity in the Arkansas River Co-op. It is decreasing in size, I understand that. This is not something that has just started recently. Actually, when Ms. Warren was taken from the director's position at the Arkansas River Co-op and put in the superintendent's position at Dollarway, Dr. Larry Smith from Whitehall, Mr. Williams from Sheridan, and I all had this conversation at that time. But Mr. Hazelwood had just retired as superintendent of Watson Chapel, and we felt like we would give him the opportunity to meet our needs. I just felt like, and I informed the board in October, that the Stuttgart School District would like to seek admission into another co-op. We decided to talk about it in November. We did, and it came up, and they asked me, what our reasons were, and a couple of them I just told you about, but they asked me to give them another chance to try to make this work. And I agreed, and one of the other superintendents was going to draw up some rules by which people attending conferences, if they didn't show up within 10 minutes of the start time, they would not receive credit. If they were creating a disturbance, they would be asked to leave, and things of this nature. Before we weren't to have a meeting in December, but I sent my principals, 3 of them, one of them was out sick, to a Quest conference at the co-op. Again, we were the only 3 that showed up, or my principals were the only ones that showed up. You had a presenter from Whitehall, a presenter from Sheridan, and one representative from the Department of Education. One person from the Pine Bluff School District showed up 45 minutes late. Mr. Hazelwood, meanwhile, submitted his resignation to go into retirement again. And so we decided to have a special call meeting prior to Christmas to accept his resignation and advertise for a replacement. The meeting started 34 minutes late because we didn't have a quorum there until after that time. I made my decision then that we needed to go ahead and just separate and seek membership in another cooperative, which we have done, and the Wilbur Mills Co-op has agreed to accept us. Arkansas River did not agree to accept us, to release us. And so I'm here today before you asking you that we be allowed to leave. I gave you a copy of a letter. They, in their defense, have stated, and you've got a copy of their letter also, the rules in 1003 that would keep us from meeting the description of a school district that would be allowed to leave. I also gave you a map. Rule 5.2.1 states a minimum of 3 counties. That map shows you the DeWitt School District in blue, Stuttgart School District in dark red, and you can see from looking at that, if you look at the boundary lines, that Stuttgart School District is about 1/4 the size of the DeWitt School District. You can also see part of Lincoln County in blue because 2 different portions of Lincoln County have been released by the State Board of Education to be a part of the DeWitt School District, and they are all now a member of the Southeast Arkansas School District. So there's no county in our co-op that has integrity or of a full county integrity in that co-op. Poen was released in 2004 to go to the Dawson Co-op in Arkadelphia from Grant County. That was the only other school besides Sheridan in Grant County. DeWitt was the only other school in Arkansas County at this time that was released to go to the Southeast Arkansas Co-op. We are respectfully requesting today that we be allowed to transfer to the Wilbur Mills Co-op. Rule 5.2.2 states that there will be a minimum of 10 districts. There were already less than 10 districts before DeWitt was granted the right to leave the co-op in 2009. 5.2.3 states there are a minimum of 20,000 students with the issues that were stated a few minutes ago, that 7 already are less than 20,000 students. 5 of 6 public schools in the Arkansas River Co-op are in declining enrollment. Sheridan grew just a little bit. And by this time next year, we will make, even if the Stuttgart School District is not allowed to leave, we'll probably be under 20,000 students. But there are already 7 other co-ops in the state that are less than 20,000 students. 5.2.5 states that 90% of the co-op schools will be within 50 miles of the co-op office, and this will not change the makeup of the Wilbur Mills Co-op. They will still meet this rule. So I am respectfully, on behalf of the Stuttgart School District and the Board of Education, to allow us to transfer to the Wilbur Mills Co-op.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Freno, I believe you are now recognized for the argument on behalf of the department, correct? Or was your opening remarks all that you wish to say on the matter?
Yes, Madam Chair, my opening remarks were all, and now it would be the co-op director who would have the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for that clarification. And sir, I believe I need to swear you in as well, or
Okay.
if you could kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. If you could say your name and title for the record, please.
My name is Danny Hazelwood. I'm director of the Arkansas River Co-op. Today, I'd like to make about 4 brief points to consider for the decision of the board. First of all, Arkansas River absolutely does not want to lose Stuttgart. For the reasons you've already heard, we're losing people fast enough as it is. We, as a board, voted to deny their release and a 4-3 vote. The 3 votes that voted for was Sheridan, Whitehall, and Stuttgart. The remaining 4 voted to hold them in our co-op, and that is Dollaway, Pine Bluff, Watson Chapel, and the Department of Corrections. The 4 brief points is, I want you to know first, number 1, what this will do to our business. We provide services from birth through 12th grade, basically, from our co-op. We have organizations that, through parents and teachers, we have a hippie organization that's one of the biggest in the state that serves lots of school districts and Stuttgart, and early childhood special education. If we lose Stuttgart as a client, that will be a loss in revenue to us of over $100,000 easily, because we've got people invested and trained and assigned to that area, and we'll have to distribute our people and or take the losses financially. We also have a great working relationship through our content specialists that work in Stuttgart. All of our content specialists have spent days in their school building rapport, trying to improve as much as we can. They're outstanding hard workers. We have many people that will be affected if this happens. The second point is, this is not a logical move. Mr. Gills stated the fact that there is a difference in mileage. He's about 35 or 36 miles from us. It's closer to 55 to 60 miles to BB, to the Wilbur Mills. We've already mentioned the 200 student requirement, or 200,000, 20,000, excuse me, and the fact that we are a co-op that serves 8 school districts and Wilbur Mills serves as many as 17. Mr. Gibbs has mentioned on more than one occasion when this started that it's not the service that we provide. He has said that our service is good. He thinks that we do an outstanding job. His problem is who he has to get the service with. And he's mentioned some of the problems that he's seen as far as the behavior in the actual meetings and the tardiness of some of the people at some of our meetings. We have talked and tried to submit some ideas in changing some of these problems, and we offered to do exactly just that. We entertained the idea of actually combining some of our cohort groups from Southeast, South Central, even Wilbur Mills for the Stuttgart School District for these trainings, to have more schools like him at our meetings. We didn't get that opportunities because we only had one meeting, and it, as you heard, didn't go well. We also have offered to provide Zoom trainings, more site-based trainings from our content specialists,
And we're trying to make our superintendents make their people be more accountable in our meetings. That's just a few of the things that we said we could do. We're looking at documentation, a lot of different housekeeping things that we can do in our building to help monitor the problems that he mentioned. The long-term effects of this release would be devastating for our co-op. If we lose this school, I don't know how long we'll last. Like, we're losing kids so fast, and to lose an entire school would hurt us tremendously. The problem in all this is we haven't done anything wrong. We've done exactly what we're supposed to do. But because there's some problems with the actual interaction between the schools, we're being punished. Nathan wants to pull out, or Mr. Gills wants to pull out and go to another co-op. In less than 6 months, the Arkansas River Co-op is going to have new leadership. And we think we've got some strong candidates to fill my position. I've only been doing this for a year. And I was a school superintendent for 19 years. This is a good co-op. 8 years I was at Washington Chapel, I served on the board, and I know the potential we have in that area. But we're fighting a lot of problems down there in the Pine Bluff area, as you know. And this does not need to be added to the problems that we're dealing with. So I would ask you today to take into consideration all the time, efforts, hard work that our people have had in our co-op to do everything we can for every school district in our co-op and not punish us by allowing them to leave. We will do a good job. We'll continue to do a good job. And I'm asking you to support us and deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, so with that, that concludes the testimony on each side. I now open it up to the board for questions and comments. Ms. Zook.
I have a question for legal. Okay, there are rules and acts and laws and all those things, and based on your statement earlier, we're already breaking some of those when it said no fewer than 4 and we've got 7. So can we do this, or can we say, no, we can't do this because of the law that are in place and the statutes that are in place?
Okay, just for clarification, I wouldn't say you're breaking any, because there are many reasons why those co-ops might have gone below 20,000. Probably attrition is the reason. There's nothing in the law that requires a state board to keep going in every time someone goes over 20,000 and fixing things up. So the board has done nothing inappropriate. But based upon the reading of 613-1005 and 1003, because there are more than 4 co-op areas with below 20,000 students, it's my opinion that no, you cannot allow the transfer, because the transfer would take yet another one below 20,000, and that would be based, and that prohibition, I think, is in 6-13-1003 C2, and then the rules just mirror the law.
So they can request, and the others can say, wish you wouldn't pay attention, but technically we can't approve it?
That is my opinion, yes.
Dr. Barth.
On that same line, on the Rule 522, the minimum of 10 districts.
Yes.
Now, when the state board allowed DeWitt to move, did take this co-op from 10 to 9, how, do we have any record of how that was justified?
Just one moment, okay?
And a connected question, is this the only co-op that is below 10?
What was that second, Dr. Barth?
Is this the only co-op below 10 already?
I don't know how many are below 10. We didn't look into that.
Okay.
But one thing, okay, I want to explain the history a little bit if I could. There were in Arkansas River, and I'm sure that someone will help me out if I get this wrong, there was an Arkansas River, let's see, 12 school districts. Humphrey consolidated with Gillette, and that left 11. Now, there's nothing the board can do about a consolidation. I mean, that was an Act 350 or an Act 60 consolidation. The second thing that happened was Poen left, and that left 10. Now, that one was approved by the state board. Altimer then consolidated with Dollarway, and that took it to 9. Now, I'm getting to your question now. DeWitt left in 2009, and that took it to 8. So they were under 10 at that point. And that's what I'm saying about this statute. I don't think it's clear. But when you look at it, 613-1003, the component of that statute that includes the requirement that there must be no less than 10 school districts, that's in Section B. Sections A and B appear to deal only with the establishment of the co-ops originally back in 1985. Because if you look at C1, it reads, the state board may make adjustments. So C's the one that deals with the state board making adjustments after the original 1985 matter. So there's, and this is my interpretation of the statute, but there was nothing wrong with the board adjusting that number to let DeWitt out, because that was not something the board was bound by. The board is only bound by Section C1 of 1003, and then they also have to look at the best interests of the school districts in the service cooperatives. That's in 613-1005. And I'm not going to stand here and pretend like this statute is crystal clear, because it is not. But that appears to be what is happening.
Mr. Black, you recognize.
Just curious, what are the other schools in this district right now?
In the co-op?
Yes.
The other schools, we have the Arkansas Correctional School, which my understanding is that's DYS. Okay. Then we have Arkansas School for the Deaf, Dollarway, Pine Bluff, Sheridan, Stuttgart, Watson Chapel, and Whitehall. And I'm getting a nod that that's correct.
Okay, yes.
Let me clarify, is it DYS or Department of Corrections? Or ADC?
It's Department of Corrections.
Okay.
Okay, it's called the Arkansas Correctional School, and I'd asked someone about that today, and I thought they told me it was the juvenile centers, but I must be wrong on that one. They've corrected me.
Please, Mr. Black.
Again, what was the district that you all were wanting to move to?
They're wanting to go to Wilbur Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Do you have follow-up questions, Mr. Black? Yes, please.
The racial concept of the district has no impact on your decision, does it? The racial composition of the district doesn't have any kind of impact on your decision to want to?
We border Wilbur Mills Co-op on our north boundary. We have to drive through the DeWitt School District and part of Jefferson County, that is a part of the Southeast Arkansas Co-op, to get to the Arkansas River Co-op now. But it does border us on our north boundary.
All right.
Did you have something?
Additional questions? Ms. Dean?
If I may say something in rebuttal to the attorney, I'm not an attorney, but you've got standards here, and most of these standards are already violated. And so why would we be held to a different standard than other school districts.
Thank you, Mr. Gills. I think the distinction that Ms. Freno, and not to put words in her mouth, but that she was trying to make is things that were decisions that we made versus things that were consequences outside of our hands. And so, but we can appreciate definitely the perspective, because in the end, it's still the same outcome, right? So we understand. Additional questions from the board?
So let me see if I understand this. It's up to the superintendent of a district to look out for what is, in his opinion, the best interest of his students and his staff who get PD from the co-op. Based on his experience over a period of years, he believes that his teachers and in turn his students could benefit more from the other co-op because there's more active participation by the districts, there's more active participation and opportunity for his teachers to learn from other teachers. And so is that basically the bottom line of your request?
Yes, ma'am. I can give you an example. We have a math specialist in the co-op. The math specialist had been on the Stuttgart School District campus one time this year. That was November the 16th. He followed up with an email January the 25th to my two math facilitators, asked them if there was anything he could do for them. And so we haven't had a lot. There are some very good people in the co-op. That is not the problem that I'm addressing today. I'm addressing today the needs of the Stuttgart School District in the collaboration, the strategies, and the exchange of ideas so that we can better provide an education for our children.
Okay. And right now, if some of your teachers wanted to go to a different co-op for training, that is, you have to pay extra, it's more cumbersome in some way than if you were in the co-op where that's going on. Is that right? Help me understand exactly how this works out.
Actually, we send some math teachers to the Southeast Arkansas Co-op and as a cohort down there and have to pay for that service. If we enter into the Wilbur Mills Co-op, then there will be a fee from our professional development money per teacher. I think it's $100 per teacher. It would be about $13,000, $14,000 a year for us.
Okay, and you're not having to pay that now to the co-op where you are?
The Arkansas River Co-op does not. Each co-op gets a base of a little over $400,000. Each co-op gets that same amount, and then the rest of your monies are generated either by your schools participating in professional development through grants and receiving administrative costs and things of that nature through grants and things.
So if you're a member of if this is granted and you become a member of Wilbur Mills, will you have to pay that extra money for the PD?
At Wilbur Mills, yes, ma'am.
Even though you would become a member
All
of that?
members pay that.
Okay, all right.
It'd be the same charge for us as it would be other member school districts.
Right. And with regard to the co-op, and I'm hearing you not criticize the leadership, but it's the frustration of sometimes your teachers go and they're the only ones there, or the meetings are delayed because their sense of time to arrive on time is not the same as you and your staff's sense of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's really not much a co-op leader can do with adults that don't work for
They
him.
can't control the employees of other school districts.
Right.
They can set some guidelines for participation in their workshops.
So it's more of a frustration than it is a criticism of the leadership at the co-op.
I don't have any problem. Mr. Hazelwood, Ms. Sims, and, we've got a facilitator that works closely with us now. Ms. Davis does an excellent job. But I don't even think we have a science specialist right now. We haven't been able to fill that position. Like I said, the math specialist has been on my campus one time this year. I don't know where he's going, but he's not been in Stuttgart.
Yeah. Well, that may be a compliment.
It may be, but I'm sending people to Monticello to get trained in math.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Barth.
This is probably for the commissioner. What is the funding formula for co-ops? Is it by student, or is there some other?
There's a line item that's a base, it's a base level, that there's no distinction between.
408,000 a year per.
Thank you.
For each co-op gets
Each
that.
co-op, so there's no deviation?
No, sir.
Interesting.
But that's, I mean, just, that's a very small amount of the funding that they need for their operations.
Right, in terms of fund. And then I think this is where Mr. Black was going. Is there any responsibility on us to consider desegregation issues in terms of whether the changing composition of a co-op might have segregative effects?
You know, I'm not sure, but we are a minority-majority district, and so I don't think that would apply.
It was for Ms. Freenell. I didn't see anything in the statute about, typically on change of boundaries, it's often there that we need to think about those issues, and there's nothing here that we need to
That's
grapple with
correct,
in that
Dr.
regard.
Barth. There's nothing in this statute that makes you consider desegregative effects.
Oh, wait, Ms. Frino, before you step away, I do have a question. So my understanding is we have two considerations here based on your interpretation, correct? One is what we can legally do, so an action that would, I guess, perpetuate this below 20,000, if that's correct. And then the other one is the district itself, right, and impact on the district. What about the districts left behind in the co-op? Is there a way that we can qualify that? Is that a consideration at all for us in terms of whether this might have, and for the districts that in this case, our co-op, our Arkansas River co-op, that this might have the negative impact on that? Is that something that?
Yes, and if you
Okay.
look at 6131005, it talks about the best interests of the school districts.
Okay.
In the co-op.
Okay. Not just district, that's petition. Okay. Thank you. Additional, yes, Ms. Dean.
I don't really have a question. I guess that's what gives me pause in this situation is the districts that will be left behind that are already, some of them are already in academic distress. They're already struggling as it is.
We took them out.
Well, you're right. They just came out. They just barely got over the mark. And they
Some, but not, Dollarway's still, yeah.
Right,
you're-
Dollarway.
Yeah, there's some that are in state control that are in there.
right, but I'm just concerned
Yeah.
that gives me a little concern. That the fact that that there's a baseline, that actually that's good. That the amount of funding will not change if.
Yeah.
But I guess I'd like to hear from Mr. Hazelwood again as far as how this would impact.
Well, our children that's under school age, the hippie students, we'll have to reallocate how we handle that because we have two people that are assigned to the Stuttgart area and have working with 55 families, and we'll have to may have to fire two of our workers there. Okay. And our early childhood, we've got, like as I said, we've got special ed teachers that spend 1 day a week, two different ones spend 1 day a week in Stuttgart, and a speech path person that have already scheduled to work in Stuttgart, that we're going to lose that input or that service there. Now, I wanted to mention one other thing. We've offered to let Stuttgart go anywhere they want to go for anything that they want. I mean, they can still be a part of our co-op and go to other co-ops and get training. They don't have to completely pull out. They can bit piece anywhere around the state. We've had offers from anyone, and we often do that. We often share each other's facilities and the different resources that we have. Okay?
So how this will negatively affect your co-op is that...
Financially, I said roughly over $100,000 we know we'll lose in federal funding.
Thank you. Dr. Hill. Sorry, I saw Dr. Hill first. My apologies.
I was just wondering, is there, when looking at the leadership of the co-op, is there anything that can be done to improve the leadership of the co-op? Because basically, you have somebody who wants to pull out of the co-op because they see that they're not getting their needs met for the betterment of their school district. And if we make them stay in, if we do not approve their requests, what are we going to do on the other side of that to make sure that those things are done and done so effectively? So I don't know if there is professional development for the co-op that should be held accountable to the funding that they're receiving, because if what I'm hearing is correct, they're receiving the money and the participation for effective leadership and training is not up to standard. That's my perception. I don't know if that's reality or not. I'm not there, but that's what I've observed through this.
Commissioner, yes.
Not speaking to this particular item that's before y'all with this co-op in Stuttgart Public Schools, but in general, in response to your question, we have been working with the co-ops on revamping their evaluation system and making it stronger. And we are drafting rules. Both sides have worked together to come to an agreement. We both, the co-ops and ADE, think that it is going to be a better tool for driving some of the questions that you just asked, and we'll be bringing that to you all for review in an upcoming state board meeting.
Because as much as we test our students, I think we have the same set of accountability standards for our leaders. And if, maybe this the co-op aspire or something we have to come up with, to make sure we check.
I think you'll be pleased with the tool that we'll be bringing to you.
Thank you. And Mr. Hazelwood, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong in understanding your testimony, but you're in a transitory position, correct? And actually, it's partly because of an action we took in taking Ms. Warren from your co-op and putting her in the leadership in a district that kind of precipitated this, but that you had some optimistic feelings in regards to the process by which you're replacing your position. Is that am I understanding that?
First of all, let me thank you for that. I was retired a year ago when I got a call from the president of this board and asked me to come back. Because I'd served 8 years on the board, I did get the opportunity to come back and work as the director. And it's a great job, but I need to be retired.
Thank you, Mr. Hazelwood. And that's just for Dr. Hill's question. And again, not leaning one way or the other, but just to offer that was my understanding from your testimony. There's also a transition happening within the process, and that's not necessarily critical of specifically what you've done in this year, but just there is a leadership transition going on. So, additional question? Yes, that's right, Mr. Williamson. Thank you.
This is from Mr. Gills. You may have said this earlier, and I just don't recall. What do your teachers think about the move?
From what I understand, they've been complaining prior to my coming to Stuttgart about some of the conditions there, and it just never has been addressed.
But during this latest effort to move, that the teachers been communicated with?
The principals talk to their teachers, and the principals and I have met and discussed this on many occasions.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Newton, thank you.
One of the things when I came on the board, that I heard from all of y'all and from others that, we always put kids first. What's best for students, and what's best for students sometimes is what's best for teachers in getting great PD. And I've been in a situation where you go and it feels like it's a waste of your time. And, one of the best ways to grow is through, collaboration. And so I'm having a real hard time with this. I know what it says there, the 20,000, kids should always be first, but, you know, I understand what it says, but I guess my question is, what if the enrollment declines over this next year and they fall 323 students below the 20,000, and they go below 20,000? And so if that co-op is already below 20,000, what would happen then? You understand what I'm saying?
Ms. Farino, my understanding is there's the distinction between whether it happens naturally or we make a decision that causes it to happen.
That's correct. That's my understanding of the statute. So if it just happens naturally, nothing would happen.
So then, if it happened naturally and Stuttgart came back and asked again, there would be nothing that would keep us from doing it.
I think if Stuttgart came back again and asked if they were below 10,000, the board still couldn't do it, because there would be, I believe the language is, there cannot be more than 4 co-ops below 10,000. So you would just, instead of having the 6 that are below 10,000 now, you would have 7.
I'm not
20,000.
20,000, right?
20,000.
So what happens if we do it anyway?
You're not following, you wouldn't be following the law as I understand it.
Okay.
And the consequences really if somebody sues us, right?
Yes, I mean, and there can be an APA appeal as well, and, you know, it would be hard to justify, you know, taking any action that was not consistent with the law. I mean, certainly if someone doesn't feel this law is appropriate or there's some issue with it, that's, you know, what the whole legislative process is for, is the law could be changed.
Do they, are the lines ever redrawn to consistently keep, obviously the answer is no, but is there any process by which lines of co-ops are redrawn to maintain the 20,000 number? Have they been redrawn since '85?
Lines have not been wholesale redrawn since 1985, and Mr. Hazelwood or Ms. Kaufman could help me with that, but to my knowledge, they have not been redrawn on a wholesale basis. I mean, there have been about 7 or 8 different boundary changes that have come through the board during that time that we could find, but there's been no wholesale drawing. But, you know, at any point, of course, a school district could request a boundary change, then we just have to go through the same process as we're going through now.
Yes, Dr. Barth.
I was going to make a motion, but I didn't know where to go.
I would say proceed, and that'll give us a sense of where where we end up.
So I will move to deny the request, because I think, as Ms. Farino said, it is probably time to look at this issue in a more wholesale fashion. I think that's a legislative responsibility, and so I would move to deny, because the law does feel clear to me in terms of what the intent was.
Thank you. Motion by Dr. Barth. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Black. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
May the record show Ms. Newton and Ms. Zook voting no. With that, the motion carries.
May I make a comment?
Yes, sir, you may.
Commissioner, if I'm put on academic probation next year, I would ask that you address the State Board of Education with your merits.
Yes, no, duly noted. And Mr. Gills, I would offer as well the legislative process, as several have referred here, where it's actively going on right now. Maybe this is an opportunity with your representatives, state representatives and senators, to revisit it in a way that would unbound the legal issue that's here. So there's definitely an opportunity in timing.
Is there anything we can do as a board or the ADE can do to, you know, I know we have local control, but if we have districts who are making it uncomfortable or unbeneficial to other districts because of their controllable behavior, like showing up on time and attending PD and collaborating, is there any process by which we can, I don't know, call them up short and say, listen, you know, you're affecting people other than those in your district, and we need this to be called to the attention in case you aren't aware, and if you are aware, why aren't you taking care of it?
Commissioner?
Well, one, I wish we had been able to get the new review process in place before you, before this issue came to you. I mean, it may not have helped, but it may have also, because it really will help give folks like Mr. Gills in a better way on a periodic basis to formally express, you know, their rating of the co-op service. But, you know, on the other hand, there's always, I mean, the department always is here to serve as that referee, so to speak, or maybe not a referee, is not a good word, Coach, but maybe intermediary. And, you know, I've had the conversations with Mr. Gills about this, but I think that sometimes those things just get to a point where districts think they need to feel like they need to make drastic changes. You know, we've not had one like this, at least in my time, where it's been a dissatisfaction that has generated this, and to feel like they'd be better served somewhere else. But we're always, you know, we want to help resolve those types of things. And this point, it was just at a point where they felt like this move was better for their district, and I understand that. Moving forward, you know, if we can help. Because we fund a lot of these functions that go through grants, professional development grants. We fund some of the positions that are located in these co-ops. And I think we do have a responsibility to make sure that the services that are being provided through the co-ops, through some of our grants, are meeting the needs of the districts. And, you know, certainly we will redouble our efforts through the divisions that fund these positions, the specialists. A lot of it's going through learning services to try to be responsive and help address some of these needs as we are made aware of them. So, I mean, I make that commitment to Mr. Gills, to you, Coach Hill, to Ms. Zook, to anybody else, and any other districts that get to a point where they think, look, we've got an issue here. And a lot of times we do that quietly. I mean, and that's a lot of times the best way to do it is just to meet those needs moving forward. But, you know, that's how I view it. You know, if somebody says, Commissioner, I disagree with you, I don't think that's how it should be done. I mean, I'm open to that too, but that's kind of how we approach it when we learn of dissatisfaction that's out there.
Follow-up?
Yes, Dr. Hill.
Well, so are we saying for him that since he's discontent, that he's able to come to us to get the assistance that he needs to move forward? And then I heard you saying that then from a legislative standpoint, there should be a new process coming in place that's going to assist his co-op.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be an evaluation process that will give the co-ops, I think, a better tool to drill down to find out where they maybe are coming up short.
So
that's and the rating system is going to be better. It's going to be more. It's going to be better defined than what it is now, as to the levels of evaluation.
So are you saying we move into a co-op of choice?
No, sir, no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's a tool not to help folks leave co-ops, but it's a tool to help those co-ops get better, because the superintendents are the boards. I mean, they are the governing boards of these co-ops. And so there's that responsibility that really we are a partner with them. We're not directing them. They are independent in their governing structure. But we have that responsibility in the statute to help guide and help develop that evaluation process. So that's what I'm saying.
Because in this instance, we have a new director, and I know at least 3 new superintendents in that co-op. So, they're in a state of flux, but he's got to think about his kids and his teachers, and right now, not train people who aren't influencing his children.
And that's why I see his frustration, because he's not trying, he doesn't want to be on academic stress because somebody else not leading their situation, and then he's held accountable and responsible for doing something else. And I said that, and it's kind of like a person saying, well, you're a doctor, you go to the doctor, you got cancer, we'll come back next year and we'll treat you. You better treat it right now. And that's what he's referencing. And we just need to make sure we're matching the puzzle together so his students are getting what they're needing now and not after legislative process has gone. And I feel your pain, but I understand the law, and that's the reason we're trying to get to.
And the only thing, Dr. Hill, about trying to divide it up again, there are 3 counties in our co-op. None of the full land area in those 3 counties is a part of this co-op. They're all part of other various co-ops. So, it's going to be hard. I don't know if the commissioner wants to undertake this or not about trying to redraw the cooperative lines. But
Probably would get away from that 50-mile thing too. Then you have, it's just a ripple effect.
And that's why I see why we don't want to just come here and change something with one way. But you want
a holistic.
We're trying to look at it from holistic, and then from him. And so, how long is that going to take? And then because sometimes bureaucracy can be so slow in meeting the needs of our kids, which you all are talking about. And so, I think it's just something we have to put on the front burner and not the back burner.
But just to make sure I'm understanding, it's the legislature that would decide that? Is that correct? Is that the opportunity that's here, is to go through the legislature?
It depends on what solution, we're trying to gain. I mean, I think the co-ops, and Mr. Williams is here, I think they kind of, even all the directors come together, they have the opportunity to discuss and identify challenges that may be more of a holistic statewide, and think, because you have to remember, in 1985, our population distribution was much different than it is now. And that's where Arkansas River is suffering. The co-op, Great Rivers, is experiencing the same thing. They were headquartered in Helen, West Helen. They, as that shift of population has moved from south and east up to north and west, those boundaries haven't been adjusted except for a district at a time here and there. And it has created some challenges. I mean, and we try to work with the co-ops in meeting those challenges to make sure that they are not being shortchanged in the services that they provide to their districts. So to answer your question, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if the legislative issue is clear. I mean, there is a lot of ambiguity in the statute itself, but in 1985, in the mid-'80s, they didn't think it was ambiguous because the circumstances were different.
But the issue of redrawing the lines, is that a legislative decision?
Well, I don't know. Lori, help me with that. What do you think based on what you've read?
I don't think there's anything in the law right now that would allow for the state board to completely redraw all the lines. No. There are opportunities, there are limited opportunities for lines to be redrawn, but as far as just an overall redrawing of lines, no, I think there would probably have to be some kind of legislative changes for that.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson.
I'm looking at 613, 1021, evaluations, performance rating. And this apparently was written somewhere around 2012-13. And it asks for an annual evaluation. Well, it asks for an evaluation in the 12 to 13 school year, and then at least once within each 5-year period. I mean, is this what you're expanding on? Okay.
That's the process we're getting ready to change.
So
yeah.
We haven't.
We're
has
up
this
for,
co-op been evaluated since the 12-13? Is anybody aware?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, yeah, it's a 5-year cycle, and and just to get into it a little bit more, what we're trying to do is have, rather than all of them being evaluated in the same year, trying to have staggered evaluations so that all of them over a 5-year period of time will be evaluated, but not all at the same time,
Yeah.
because that's logistically
I
just
mean,
a
you look
nightmare.
at D it says the intent of this evaluation procedure is to provide a means for school districts to express their concerns about the operation of the co-op. I mean,
Exactly.
that's the deal right there that we're trying to get to. Okay.
Yes, Dr. Barth.
And I think this is, I think probably just a few of us were on when the last big wave, and the co-op evaluations, I think a lot of us were frustrated with them because all co-ops are above average, right? There was not much precision in those evaluations, and we were very frustrated. Every time they would come forward, we'd be very frustrated. So I really applaud the evaluation process being improved. I think that will help. But I do think that there may not be any part of this whole school law book that is as old as the co-op stuff. I mean, everything in Arkansas education has been transformed since these co-op were created, and we know they have the potential to be powerful tools for change. I mean, as Ms. Newton said, but if they can also be real albatrosses in terms and distractions. So, I think it's really important for us to think about where this goes moving forward.
Well, it's funny to me, I mean, they have a section here for fiscal distress of co-ops. And
Yeah.
to me, it sounds like this co-op perhaps is in academic distress.
The equivalent, yeah.
And, I get it, he's wanting to go get help somewhere else, but, I voted not to move it just because of the law. But this co-op is in academic distress, in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
And I guess so the question I had is in regards to ESSA. Is there pieces in ESSA in which professional development and how that is provided is discussed that then links into any of this? Or even to Ms. Newton, I know you've been...
There's professional development. I know there's, Mr. Lester still.
I think, well, and the issue of how that's delivered, ESSA's silent to some of that as far as how it would interact with co-ops.
Because I know it's different for every state. That was actually one of the things when joining NASB that I was surprised was other states don't use this model of a co-op. They have they offer professional development in other ways. And again, this isn't critical of necessary co-ops to say there's one model that fits everybody, but it was just enlightening to me when I participated in the process, learning that it was different for every state. So just curious if that was going to be part of that conversation. But I see that, and I appreciate that. We've been talking about co-ops in such a negative light right here, and I imagine Mr. Hazelwood would want to say a few words.
I don't like to be considered in academic distress. We have some schools that perform very, very well, and we also have some schools that struggle. But our job is to provide services to all the schools, and we do a super job of that. Now, not all schools get the same thing from all our training, and I don't know how we can control that because we're providing the same information and the same experience for all instructors. It's just that we are in an area that have 3 schools that are really struggling.
And that's where I was headed.
Yeah,
I mean,
but I don't want you to think that because of those 3 schools that we're failing. We're not. We're working hard to try to alleviate that problem. And, I mean, we're hiring good people. They're doing good work, and improvements are being made. It may not be at the speed or that everyone would like, but we're doing our very best, absolutely. And I don't want you to think that our co-op is failing because it's not. It's working well.
Thank you, Mr. Hazelwood. With that, the board I know has ordered on and decided on this specific agenda item. So I thank all of you for being part of that discussion. Mr. Gills, I hope you walk away knowing that the conversation doesn't end here. I hope there may be some opportunity with your legislators to have some conversations with them, and know that we'll have lots of entry points to keep this conversation going. And the commissioner has made his personal commitment to their own internal processes around this, but that your concerns don't go to deaf ears in any way, and there's may further exploration. Yes, Commissioner.
If I could, this kind of deal is like trying to stay out of the middle of a fight with your cousins, because you love them all, and you want to help them, and sometimes you just, like, best thing to do is stay out of it. So that's kind of where I feel as commissioner on this, because co-ops are a great partner, and of course Mr. Gills and I, we've got roots going back to Gurdon, and I understand where he's coming from too. All I can say is, look, we're going to try to do the best we can to make sure everybody's getting served, as far as much as it's within us at the department. But I have regular communications with our co-ops, and I would just say, any superintendent that says, "Hey, Commissioner, can we get your help on something?" I'm going to help them, and so I hope both of these guys, I know both of them are going to leave out of here, and they're still going to be friends, and they're still going to be collegial, and we're still going to work on the challenges. So, Danny, Nathan, that's what I would say to you from my perspective. Maybe Saturday. Call me Saturday.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Gill and Mr. Hazelwood, and to everyone who accompanied today. So with that, moving on to action agenda item B2, the critical academic licensure shortage areas for the 2017-2018 school year. Mr. Servidillo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm going to share with you today the critical shortage areas, academic shortage areas that were established in December of this year, following a federal request for identifying these areas to assist with student financial aid that we produce each year. So this December, we went through the process that we have gone through in the last couple of years, identifying what those academic shortage areas would be for next school year. And I can advance the slides here. Okay. So each year, the Department of Education, U.S. Department of Education, asks that we identify these academic shortage areas to allow for teachers and those studying to become teachers to be able to apply for different kinds of loans, Stafford loans, Teach Grants, and Federal Perkins loans, for example, that would help with tuition assistance or loan forgiveness. Obviously, if they are entering the area or if they are teaching in areas that are determined to be shortage areas, then they would be eligible for this kind of assistance. So this past December, we followed our typical protocol and established that the following academic areas were identified as shortage areas for the 2017-2018 school year. And of course, you can read those are art, computer science, family and consumer science, journalism, library media, mathematics, music, actually chemistry and physics. However, we do have a physical science license, and so physical science would fit in that category as well. Social studies, Spanish, and special education. The way we establish these shortage areas is that we use a basic supply and demand formula that we developed over the past couple of years, where the supply is the potential incoming teachers or the pipeline into the teaching profession, and the demand is identified as the need for teachers based on a couple of different factors, like whether classes are being taught by teachers teaching out of field or on long-term sub or with long-term subs. And we also look at the potential for retirement based on teachers' age and years in the teacher retirement system in order to establish a population that may be retiring in the near future. The definitions for the categories that we use, preparing are those who are preparing to be licensed in the area, in other words, enrolled in educator preparation programs. Potential new hires are those who are newly licensed, who have received the license in a subject area for the first time. Vacancies or subs, which would be those classes taught by long-term substitute teachers. Waivers would be those classes taught by teachers teaching out of field who would be on an additional licensure plan. And the potential need, identifying those what we are terming as veterans, the number who either retired in the previous year or are expected to retire in the near future. And at the top of the slide that's there in front of you, you can see this would be an example looking at the number of teachers in the area and then the numbers in each of those categories. The calculation is derived at by looking at the average age of retirement. Teacher retirement system told us that the average age of retirement was 61, and the average number of years towards retirement in the teacher retirement system was 83. So we established that if a person was 61 years old with 23 years of experience, there's a pretty good chance that they're going to be retiring. So we used the calculation of one who retired in the last year or one whose age plus years towards retirement was 84 or greater. We use the number of teachers, the number who were identified as teaching in each area as the basis for the calculations. Each score was derived by the number of educators in each factor, which was calculated as a percentage of teachers in the area. So positive factors, like those who were preparing for the license or those who were newly licensed, those were compiled and added to an arbitrary standard, which we set at 100. Negative factors, those vacancies, waivers, or numbers of teachers who were considered veterans, were compiled and subtracted from the standard. Obviously, the scores that were less than 100 indicated that the need, according to this definition, was greater than the supply. This is a graphic. You have this in your packet. It's a listing of all of the license areas and the numbers of teachers in each area, and then the score that was derived as a result of the calculations for each area. This slide is basically just looking at those that were identified as shortage areas, and you can see that the total score on the right-hand side were all less than 100. Indicating that the need, according to these calculations, was greater than the supply. And I'll just go back to that for one quick second. So based on these data, these were the areas that were decided or established to be shortage areas this year. The rest of the information that's included in this presentation is just, again, for your information, looking at the frequency of areas as being identified as shortage areas. The slide that's in front of you now shows you that special education, mathematics, and library media have been designated as shortage areas 11 times between 2007 and 2018. Science 10 times, gifted and talented 9, etc. And so the graphic on the right-hand side simply shows how often these areas were identified as shortage areas over the last few years. This slide simply indicates the year in which they were identified as shortage areas. And as you can see, library, media, special ed, math, they were every year. Science, the same thing, except for 15-16. This is a little bit more information just for your information. We have, in looking at the veteran label for those teachers who were 61 years old, 23 years of experience, we identified that approximately 10% of Arkansas's educator workforce fits that veteran definition. On the left-hand side, you can see all of those subject areas, all of those license areas that have a population who has greater than 10% of their population as being identified as veteran. And all the ones on the right are less than 10% of the population. A way to look at this is that when we look at the number of educators who are available in these calculations, that would be the sum of those preparing for the license plus those who are newly licensed. We have 3,105 educators in shortage areas, with 9,410 in non-shortage areas. But when we look at the positions available, and then look at the ratio between those two, we see that the ratio of persons available to positions in that area are quite different. We saw in shortage areas that the ratio is about 1.4 teachers to every position available, whereas in non-shortage areas, we see 2.6 teachers available to every position available, which is a little bit more evidence of the fact that these would be legitimately considered shortage areas. Summary, these data represent the areas in which these shortages exist, and obviously we're working diligently to address these areas and ensure that the annual demand for educators is met with a sufficient supply of qualified and effective educators. And those are the shortage areas for this year, for next year. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Servandino. Any questions from the board? Yes,
are there still federal incentive grants to teachers in their last year and a half or 2 years if they're going into a shortage area that's not only national shortage area but a statewide shortage area?
I don't know specifically whether of the grant that you're referring to. I'm really not sure. I know that there are the ones that I mentioned that are on the presentation as well. Those are administered through the Department of Higher Education. I'm really not familiar with the logistics of those or the details of those grants, and I'm not sure which grant you might be referring to. Anybody else?
Well, in the early years of special education, if you were majoring in special education, then there were I think they called them stipends at the time, not even scholarships, and they certainly weren't loans, but we were given room, board, tuition, and books, and a little bit of spend money for their last 3 semesters of college, if that's the area in which we were going. They didn't say we're going to do this if you'll major in this. They already said if you already are, then we'll go. And I guess those went away at some point.
I'm really not familiar with that, so I couldn't speak to it.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions? Yes, Dr. Barth.
I leaned over to Ms. Chambers, and we do have an expert on personnel issues on this board that we need to start making use of. And I asked her what would Walmart do if they face situations like this. I think she had an interesting answer.
Well, as a lot of companies discover that there's greater demand than supply, at least one of the ways we solved it, and even in a previous employment at Hallmark, created internal universities to specialize in an area that we knew we needed expertise that was not going to be available, and it was going to inhibit our ability to do the things that needed to be done. And I know there are variations of that are going on across the state within teaching. I think one of the things that would be helpful when we get a great report like this, being able to tie all these different streams. We'll hear about teacher cadets and different things, and how do all these things actually play together to address the specific needs by functional area of expertise would be really helpful. And then see if we still have gap, or where those gaps occur, what additionally we might do to meet the need. And there's probably an answer to that right behind you.
Yes, Ms. Pfeffer.
And I think my response would be, first of all, I'd like to pick your brain a little bit more on what you were talking about with the internal academies. But also, what this is doing is, this kind of information has been presented for years and years, the content area shortages. Where we're going now, though, is even deeper into the geographic shortages and the content areas in the geographical shortages. We're also getting more and more data, and it seems to be a slow process, and in some ways it is, just trying to get the massive amounts of data from the different data sources. But we had 1,907 people complete an educator preparation program in the end of last year. Of that number, about 1,184, I think, is the number. About 59% are currently teaching. So the other 40% completed, but they're not in a classroom right now. So when you're looking at, between 11 and 1,200 of that 1,900 in a classroom right now. So that other 40%, when we start looking at them by content area, about a third of those who are not in a classroom were a P4 major. No, I shouldn't say about a third of those. Of the P4 majors, 30% of them are not in a classroom. Of the PE majors, I think it's about 40% of them are not in a classroom, and we have that data there. So, so those are the conversations we've got to have with higher ed. But how do we tell higher ed, don't let any P4 people in? Or, well, and they're not because those programs are ending, but how do we say, and so those are the things we've got to figure out. How do we get the candidates matched up to the future jobs so that they are pretty much on target, that if I don't get a job immediately, I'm not going to have to wait very long to get one. And so I think as we get closer to doing that, and we're closer now because we would not have known that a year ago. Does that help? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Yes, Commissioner.
The thing that popped into my mind when Ivy's talking about the percentage, I wonder how many of them get hired by companies like Walmart, because seriously, it's a training.
Yeah.
They are well trained. I mean, when I was in the legislature, we learned that large companies like that, were actually hiring social workers. So when the state was having trouble filling needs in social workers, it was because they were paid more to do customer service work for large companies. And so how do you tackle problems like that at the state level? And that's where I think the multi-pronged approach that I mentioned earlier, where we are taking those and investing more time and energy in the teacher cadets program. Where in Benton a couple of months ago, when we had a big teacher cadet gathering, I talked to a couple of young men from Southwest Arkansas, and I said, what do you guys want to do? So their answer was, I want to coach. Hey, that's great. So how do we said, okay, you're going to go to school, you're going to train to be a teacher, and you're going to be a coach, but how, while you're there, can we help you become a science teacher or a math teacher or something in these areas? Because there needs to be something to go with the coaching. And those are the conversations that we need to have for that long-term approach. At the same time, we are using waivers and others to meet the short-term needs. And I think there are some opportunities under ESSA and changes under Title II, teacher development, and some things that we are talking about internally to create even more concentrated opportunities to develop those that are already in the workforce.
And if I could just underscore and applaud, I think a lot of the things that we're doing right now, potentially we think they're a patch or they're short term. And really, I think if we start to think about this differently, the definition of traditional path is going to be a lot more diverse. Yes. And companies, not to draw too close a correlation between business and school, but Pepsi is known as an academy program. They've decided a lot of their talent is going to go somewhere else. And so they just have a brilliant approach to constantly developing a very significant pipeline. And if they stay within Pepsi, that's great. But if they go populate the world with management talent, that's great too. And I'm a product of one of these non-traditional programs. I think I've talked about it in here before, but I have a music background and an accounting background, but I hadn't finished my degree. And Hallmark Cards needed computer science graduates, and they weren't getting enough of their own, so they created this in-house training program. So I worked during the day, I went to school at Hallmark at night, and within 6 months, if I could do everything that a programmer did, I was given a job. And then later, I went back to school at night and got an undergraduate degree in this area. So there's something there, and people are really very emotionally loyal to someone that provides those kind of opportunities that wouldn't be available to them maybe otherwise.
And we have talked about, are there just elements of being an educator that regardless of what content you're going to teach, and even if it is just a secondary approach, do we train you to be an educator? And then we find your content, find your place in the classroom, and find, or do we do your content and then find, something like that? But it probably really is going to have to be different, very different than what it is now.
Thank you. Ms. Abels, yes.
I was going to say, Dr. Hill said this earlier, and some of y'all know my story. I literally got a phone call that said, "We want you to teach journalism," and I had no idea how to be a teacher. And I was recruited because of my knowledge in journalism. And I fell in love with teaching. And I think by recruiting good people, I look at all of you, and I would welcome any of you into my school, even though you're not an education background, but I know you could do it with the right training. So I think recruiting good people that are go-getters and love kids, and then give them that guidance into being a good teacher. So,
thank you, Ms. Abels. Look at the conversation you sparked, Mr. Samdia. Thank you. And I know that and it actually all begins with good data, right? I think we say this over and over again. And so please know how much we appreciate your reports and what you provide us to be able to, especially right now during this critical time. When we're through all these different entry points. I'm going to see what we can do proactive about this. So thank you for that.
Yes.
I don't know, Ms. Pfeffer, if you had
I just wanted to reiterate what you were saying. I appreciate Frank and his approach to the data, and he's always very careful in making sure that I understand what information I'm looking at, because I tend to jump on it, and he slows me down to make sure I'm paying attention to those details, and so I did want to commend him. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much. But with that, before you walk away, I do need a motion in regards to this report.
I move to accept the critical shortage areas for the 2017-18 school year.
Okay, motion made by Dr. Barth, seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Now to our final agenda item. If I understand as a point of order, Ms. Freno, this wasn't technically on the agenda, so we need a motion first to add it to the agenda, and then from there we can take on the agenda item itself.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion in regards to the department's request that we add the action agenda item in regards to the appointment of the nominating committee so that we can meet the deadline of March 1st of the creation of a committee. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Dean, seconded by Ms. Zook. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we'll entertain conversation here. Ms. Freno, I don't know if you'd like to pitch off a little, and then obviously you and I have discussed some things that obviously I'm going to share with the board, but I thought I would give you first dibs.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is at this meeting that a nomination committee is selected to appoint officers for next year. Under the operating procedures of the board, to be on the nominating committee, it's a 3-member committee. You have to have been on the board for at least 2 years, which kind of limits us in a large extent because we have so many people who are so new. But so it is, it's up to the chair today to appoint the nominating committee.
Thank you. I did have several conversations with Ms. Freno today in regards to this specific item. It's for a couple different reasons. One, because of what was shared. We are in a unique place where the majority of this board is new and in less than 2 years in service, which limits the number of folks that would participate. And then the other reason is that because of not necessarily specifically what's even happened in the last few years, this actually dates back several boards, but we have found ourselves in a place where, and again, there's nowhere in our operating rules and procedures that says this, but traditionally, seniority has had a huge influence on the chair position and vice chair position, and usually it is the individual that is most senior that gets to sit in this position, and then that is usually the year in which they are finishing the term and roll off. And as maybe most of you are aware, and many of you will now become aware, I still have a year left on the board. I have a year and 5 months left on this board, as does Mr. Black, and that was another unique circumstance in us in this specific moment, as both of us came on at the same time as well. And so, and then with timing, with things like this, this is a nominating committee that will Seniority is not the only principle, never is, I think, the only one being considered. It's usually a combination of things, but this one especially gets to make some decisions and weigh that. And so I thought it was important that neither myself or Dr. Barth be part of that nominating committee as a result, to offer this board the full latitude of that conversation, and not that it doesn't limit it, but because the majority of you have not completed 2 full years, you are technically not eligible to be appointed at this time to the nominating committee. And short of me nominating myself, I would be nominating, and I've discussed with these individuals that possibility, Mr. Black, Ms. Zook, and Dr. Barth to be on this nominating committee. Now, this is an open meeting, means that anybody can also participate, and I actually might encourage many of you, as this gets scheduled, to do so, for the very reason that you're talking about something here that has a ripple down effect to subsequent generations, and what does this look like. So I don't think, where this has traditionally been a short conversation, maybe 5 minutes, going around and sitting on a phone call. Many times it's done by phone or right before a meeting. I actually think this time this is a conversation that actually merits a bigger conversation about what this looks like. And so I encourage as many of you to be part of that as possible. But that said, in the end, the decision-making process based on our rules right now are limited to those that are actually on the nominating committee. And so I will say Ms. Freno has highlighted for me, and I know the commissioner has on other occasions, that we will have opportunity to revisit our own operating procedures, and this is one where I have suggested that maybe, given the current constitution makeup of the board, we may want to think about getting rid of that 2-year guidance. Again, it's not anywhere in statute, it's just in our procedures. Unfortunately, for us to change those procedures would then put us against statute and not actually having a nominating committee in time by March 1st, because it would delay us by 1 board meeting. So we're a little bit of a conundrum. But I would respectfully suggest the following to the board, and obviously this is open for broader discussion and motion, but I would submit for consideration of this board, our nominating committee be constituted of Ms. Zook, Dr. Barth, and Mr. Black. But when they do meet, I would encourage some of our younger board members to also be part of that conversation and help inform that discussion that these individuals will have. And so that is what I offer to this board, and now open it up for conversation and questions. Yes, Ms. Chambers.
Don't have any questions. That sounds like a very reasonable approach.
Well, I appreciate the reiteration, and that this was literally Ms. Freno and I coming up with in front of the hallway a few minutes ago. So good to know that we were trying to strike the right balance here of practicality, pragmatism, but it's an opportunity here. So and so with that, I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the nomination of the nominating committee to include the 3 board members that you identified, Dr. Barth, Diane, Ms. Zook, and Mr. Black.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Ms. Chambers, seconded by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So with that, we conclude our action agenda. I'm going to propose a break here so that our court reporter and note takers can proceed, but we will move on to reports after that. So let's say, and given the hour of the day, to just be sensitive of people's time, 1:45?
Yeah.
Or do people want a little longer break? Can we do 1:45? All right. We'll come back at 1:45. Thank you.